Now, from the Bridgewater Roofing Weather Center, this is your latest forecast update from Doug Heady Weather.
I hope your evening hours are going fantastic across the region. Of course, we are watching the severe weather, which has been pushing through. We had it kind of tick up a little bit, and then it ticked down a little bit. Now I think it's going to start to tick up just a bit. We're going to do a tour here. Give me 1 second. Of course, Bridgewater Roofing Weather Center takes care of you one roof at a time, and use a lot of the TAMCO radar for us tonight. All right, so we had those severe thunderstorm warnings in southwest Missouri. Oh, one roof at a time, and use a lot of the TAMCO radar. Get that turned off. All right, it's gonna go black here for just a second because I gotta get back into the machine. It kicked me out, so hang on. Give me 1 second. I'm coming back up. There we go. All right, let's go back here. All right, here we go. Okay, so we had our severe thunderstorm southwestern Missouri, but those have pretty much fallen apart. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning up in Bates County, but all the action now is really rolling out of Oklahoma. Still numerous tornado warnings. We had a tornado warning on this guy in southern parts of Craig County, and you can still see a little curvature, but look how messy this is. I mean, these aren't individual supercells by any means. They've kind of come together as a cluster over the past, hour or so. But still, within these clusters, we could still get some rotating storms. So we got to watch out for that. But we do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now. So this is in Craig County. So if we zoom in, and I'll hit the little skip for you. And you can see this moving off toward the north and to the east. So the severe part of the cell, lifting just north of Anita, affects Welch, affects Blue Jacket. And let me move these over here. Blue Jacket at 810, Welch at 813. Moving northeast at 49. I mean, it's booking. It's got 1 inch hail, but that BTI number again, that's always a number we want to keep our eyes on. As long as it stays down below those 4s out of 10, then we're looking pretty good. But it's still a lot of instability. Look how everything is picking up in northeastern parts of Oklahoma. I'm going to go ahead and put this into a loop. You can see these storms getting up into Ottawa County, northern parts of Delaware County. Northwest Arkansas, you guys have been pretty quiet over the past couple hours. And let's see here. But you guys will get into the action. We really still want to watch all this clusters. I mean, you can see still big tornadoes on the south side of Tulsa. I've been watching, when I'm not talking, I've been watching Mike Collier over there, and he's been killing it in the Tulsa area. But all this is going to work into Delaware County, northwest Arkansas. And then we got all this mess. You can see all these storms kind of lifting northeast. Still very unstable out there, and that's why we have that tornado watch in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. Let's go ahead and we're going to stop this here. And we'll put some tracks on here because these are booking pretty good. So let's see. This one in Ottawa County, you can see all the areas it's going to affect. Miami at 754. Kind of go down the list there. I'm going to let you guys glance at that when I look at the latest warnings here real quickly. Yeah, everything is kind of, we need to really watch the cluster storms moving out of northeastern Oklahoma. We do need to watch it because the atmosphere is very unstable. But Baxter Springs, we're talking about 812, 816, 817 at Downstream Casino. Galena 821, Shoal Creek 826, Leawood 828. So you can see these storms pushing quickly off toward the north and to the east. They are strong, but we do have that severe thunderstorm warning right across parts of Craig County. So let's go a little farther south. So just north of Veneta, you can see this severe thunderstorm warning. Moving northeast at 33. It does have hail, has 3/4 inch hail across the region. Let me look at one thing here. Okay. Let's see if these guys have any hail here. So let me take this off. We're going to take a look. Haven't seen a lot of hail over the past. Still some mid-level rotation. Look at that. So mid-level just to the northwest of Veneta, but not low level, but it is mid-level rotation. So want to kind of keep our eyes on that. You can see it kind of trying to tighten up. So about 7, 8, 9 miles northwest of Veneta. So we're going to watch that. Let's look at the shear here. And there is actually, so with this severe thunderstorm warning, quite a bit of lightning. Let's look at the shear. It's, oh, just moved on me. So some strong shear, kind of pushing off toward the north and to the east. Go back to velocity. It's a broad circulation, but it is a mid-level circulation just to the northwest of Veneta. So let's watch it. Let's see what kind of happens as this continues to work north and east. Besides that, I don't really see anything alarming on velocity until, of course, you get on the southeast side of Tulsa, where they've been dealing with really tornado warnings now for about 3 hours, which is crazy. Thankfully, we haven't seen that. Hopefully, we do not. Put these in motion again. All these storms moving northeast. Pretty good clip, about 40 miles per hour, maybe a little bit higher. Lifting into Cherokee County. So Pittsburgh, you guys are getting some thunder and lightning. I can hear the thunder outside. Not too much once you get south of, let's say, Neosho, McDonald County, northwest Arkansas. But again, we just really want to watch this cluster as it pushes out. And remember, guys, you can watch on Facebook, YouTube, the Roku app, the DHWX app. I am streaming on there, aren't I? Yes, I am. So that is good. All right, let's go through a few questions here, and then we'll just kind of watch all this. Let's see here. James, Pitcher area. Does anybody live in Pitcher anymore? I guess right around it. Yeah, we got that big storm moving in right now, so it's going to get real kind of spicy for you. It's a strong storm right below severe limits. Grove, Jacqueline, it's still kind of west of you, but thunderstorms really increasing. And Wheaton, Missouri, Amanda, yeah, we still got over the next 1 to 3 hours, things are really going to increase as we get into southwestern Missouri. So that is kind of what we're watching right now. Let's go back here. Still have our severe thunderstorm warning this across Craig County. You can see where these are going. Blue Jacket at 8:13. You got Welch at 8:17. It does have hail, and it's 3/4 inch. BTI is low, which is good, which we want to see. We can check this one back here a little bit farther towards the southwest of Veneta. Also a pretty strong storm moving off toward the north and to the east. But on the Missouri side, we had a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. Besides that, not too much has been happening. But I'll kind of show you, let me change one thing up here. I'll show you kind of what I'm looking at for, it's going to switch up on you here a second. What I'm kind of looking at as we go through the next couple hours, you can see this big cluster. It just kind of works right in. So here's like in about an hour or two. Works right in. We'll continue with that tornado threat right along that I-44 corridor. I want you to notice what's happening west of Kansas City, though, too, because as we get a little deeper into the night, that's the actual true cold front that is going to be working in. So now we can move to about 10 to 11 p.m. You still got these severe thunderstorms right along that I-44 corridor, at this time getting into Springfield, but still not much northwest Arkansas, not much over toward Branson, all right along that I-44 corridor. And then here's the main front that is going to be driving through. And even with the front, we could get some straight line winds that could be severe. But I think the greater threat for tornadic activity is all this mess. So now from Springfield, southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas, but this is at about midnight. I mean, several hours away. You can see the storms on the backside trying to get severe. So that's the kind of kicker band that kicks everything through. And then this is going to continue through the night. So here's band number 2 working into the metro. So here's about 1 o'clock in the morning, and then continuing through the night, all these storms just slowly progress east across the region. So we got many hours to go before we have all this stuff move out, which definitely kind of stinks. Let's switch this up, change this up here. We're going to go back here and here. All right. Let's go back to the radar. Oh, there's new tornado warnings on the east side of Tulsa. They've just been rocked. All right, for us right now in the immediate area, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning in Craig County, but everything picking up Ottawa County into Cherokee County. Let's put on the lightning here. And you can see it just lights up. So very electric storms. I want to look at some of the latest warnings here. And let me look at this. Okay. Yep. Okay. Let's go back and look at this. All right, so northwest of Anita. Okay, so you can see the mid-level circulation trying to be picked up here. Interesting. Okay, so we got a broad circulation. We'll see if it kind of picks up a little bit more. Let's see. Just north of Anita, I'd say about 3 or 4 miles. But you can see that kind of green hue that picks up here. So that is, I mean, it's a broad circulation, but it's one that we want to watch as we go through the next 15, 20 minutes as it continues to advance off toward the north and to the east. Let's go ahead and pull the skid out on that. So if we look at it, Blue Jacket at 8:12, so that's still like 12 minutes away. Welch at 8:15. Chautauqua, that part of the storm gets up into Lebec County at about 8:30. Miami about 8:30 as well. Let's see here. Definitely has hail. Severe hail, 50%. It's got about almost 1-inch size hail, but the BTI is still pretty low. So we want to continue to see that BTI on the low side. But we definitely have a circulation there. So that is something we want to watch. All right, let's go back to radar here. So that's what's interesting. So it kind of had a little bit of a couplet about 30 minutes ago, and now it's merging with other storms. So it's super messy, which is not good for tornado development, meaning to increase tornado development. We want to see this kind of cluster mess. All right, back in Ottawa County, of course, we have strong thunderstorm, and then over towards Seneca, starting to get a little bit of lightning picking up. Look at all the lightning in Cherokee County through Columbus, all the way up toward Weir, over toward Asbury, and then Pittsburgh. Let's switch up radars here. And you can definitely see very electric storms. Let's put a little track on this guy. So this thunderstorm moving out of Cherokee County. So it's moving. It's not moving 60. It's booking, but not that big or fast. 3/4 inch size hail. We're at 8:07. So I mean, moving through now. Frontenac 8:18. We have Mulberry at 8:26. Liberal at 8:29. Very electric storms, but still not enough to kind of get that severe thunderstorm warning. All right, let's look at this guy. So still coming out of Craig, we still have this severe thunderstorm warning. Craig County, northeastern Oklahoma, and still has hail, about 1/2 inch. So, I mean, it's small. This storm, even though there's broad circulation, it's just a strong storm. I mean, low grade severe, and it looks like the circulation has kind of weakened. You can see it south of Welch, Blue Jacket, just north of Veneta. But overall, it is fairly weak, which is what we want to see. And then we can head back southwest Missouri. Thunderstorms starting to pick up Goodman, Anderson, Pineville, and then into northwestern parts of Arkansas. See how Tulsa's doing. My gosh, they still have a confirmed tornado on the ground. When you see the purple, that is showing us that we have something confirmed on the ground. And then radar indicated with this guy in Broken Arrow. So a lot of action, still a lot of action moving out of northeast Oklahoma into southwest Missouri. All right, let's go through a few comments here, guys. Let me know where you guys are watching from. Nikki says Pittsburgh is a good lightning show right now. Yeah, we just looked at that. I mean, there's tons and tons of stuff. Tons of lightning, very electric storms. Tiffany says the wind is starting to get moving pretty good in Miami, Oklahoma, which of course is with that thunderstorm. And Jason saying that the lightning is getting pretty crazy in Oronogo. It's where I live. I can hear it outside. Let's see here. Mary BTI, it technically stands for Barron Tornado Index, Big Tornado Index, whatever you want to call it, but it's an index that kind of reads into the thunderstorms what's the chances that it could produce a tornado. And as that number gets higher, of course, much better chance. Let's see here. Kylie, Frontenac. All I said about Frontenac is it's getting loud there, but we don't have anything severe right there. I mean, it's a pretty prominent little cell right there. Right through Cherokee County up toward Pittsburgh. Let's see if the lightning's picked up. A lot of lightning, yeah. That's why you guys are all talking about Pittsburgh. I mean, look at all the lightning strikes going on in Pittsburgh. Back toward Nashville and then into northwestern parts of Jasper County. So very electric storms, but what that shows us is these storms are kind of upticking just a little bit. So that is something that we want to watch. And you can see right there, new severe thunderstorm warning. You can see it right across Jasper, also Barton County. Let me get the latest on that. Give me 1 second. And man, these storms are just picking up steam. Really moving now. But we're getting some pretty good wind gusts. So we'll look at the shear here and also the hail size within these guys. All right, let me take the lightning off. So you can see our new severe thunderstorm warning. So this is for eastern parts of Cherokee County, Jasper County, and then into Barton County. So if we kind of put I'm gonna have to actually, because it's moving so fast. So we kind of put like a cluster here. Let's see, let's go here. Don't want to do that for me. Let's do this one. So moving like 50 to 52. So you can see this is all lifting north, right through Alba, Jasper, Lamar, Sheldon, over toward Greenfield soon. But this storm is really clocking winds at about 60 miles per hour. And of course, we are getting the winds gusting 60 to 65 in that 1 inch size hail. So that's what is kind of firing off that severe thunderstorm warning, but it's definitely getting stronger. Let's go back into Ottawa County. We still have, it's my phone yapping at me about, severe thunderstorm warning. Ottawa County still a strong storm, and then we still have that severe thunderstorm warning back in Craig County. So yeah, these guys are starting to tick up just a little bit. Let's go on the front side of this storm. You can see Mendamines 815, Liberal 823, Brona 833. And again, hail size getting closer to that 1 inch size hail. Let's look at the hail. Might as well. All right, let's go in here. Okay, you can see the winds picking up. So look at these little gusts. So if we zoom way in, so just southeast of Pittsburgh, you can see the strong wind shear. So that's where we were seeing those winds gusting kind of 60 upwards to 65 miles per hour. If we look at the hail, yeah, it's definitely got hail. It's not ginormous, but you can see the hail streak there from about Weir, Scammon, and then just southeast of Pittsburgh. So the hail is going to continue to track right through western parts of Barton County, and then if the storm holds together, near Sheldon in southwestern Missouri. But at least we aren't really seeing anything rotating. So that is great news there. But boy, you can really see that gust. Look at this. So look at the winds pushing out here. Almost like a little bow, so you get these very strong winds kicking through. And that's what truly fired off that severe thunderstorm warning. Is I bet those gusts start getting up there 60 to 70 miles per hour. So those are moving quite a bit. All right, let's go back here. You can see a hail core kind of developing just northwest of the little town of Nashville. And then it stretches all the way back toward Asbury, just west of Carl Junction, and then all the way back toward Galena. So Joplin guys, you guys are, the action's really going to pick up for you, meaning very loud. And hopefully, you know, once you get one big storm in, if you don't get anything rotating, hopefully that kind of calms things a little bit in the atmosphere. But you can see how these storms are kind of training back toward the southwest. Because of the rain that we had over the past week, you know, we may have to deal with a little bit of some flash flooding worries. Let's see. Last 3 hours. I mean, over an inch just south of Miami. If we look just north of Anita, almost an inch already in Cherokee County, just with that storm that has just been pushing through, 3/4 of an inch. South side of Joplin with that first severe thunderstorm dropped about 3/4 of an inch. So, I mean, we need the rain. We just don't need it to come down all at once where we're getting flash flooding. But that may become a little bit of a concern a little bit later on tonight. My gosh. Look at this. 2 monster tornadoes confirmed on the ground just outside of Tulsa. And that's why we want to watch these, because as they get a little bit closer toward Delaware County, Grand Lake, McDonald County, all the way up toward Neosho, Benton County, that's what we want to watch. Let's just see what these guys are doing. Let's look at the velocities on these. Look at that real tight red and then the green together. Very tight couplet. It's so close to the radar site, it's hard to see down there. But we want to watch those guys. Thunderstorms kind of picking up a little bit. Northwestern Arkansas. Let's see here. This warning. Let's see, how long is that warning? 8:30. I bet that gets canceled, but maybe a second one picks up in Ottawa County. And then we got our big severe thunderstorm warning from eastern parts of Cherokee County, and then southeastern parts of Craig County. Ooh, look at that. That may be it's picking up on very strong shear, but that may be picking up on that little bow echo, or a little rotation is picking up here, because this is what we call a little QLCS. So we may be getting the beginnings of a small tornado starting to try to pop up. Let me look at a few things here, but we want to watch that because I'll draw on there for you. And I know there's going to be very strong straight line winds because you can see that kind of bow, but we need to see if we pick up a little QLCS. Let me show you why. Okay, so I'm going to take that off just so I can draw and you can see here. And then we'll put them back on because they're very useful to have. Okay, so a QLCS is when we kind of see almost an S shape in the line of storms. So what you get here, so if you look back toward Liberal, then you get this notch, and then it kind of curls back toward Asbury. So you got very strong straight line winds right here. And that's what's pushing that part of the storm out. And we're probably getting 70-mile-per-hour winds, I'm going to be real honest. But at the same time, you get almost a little inflow back here, and then you sometimes get these little spin-up tornadoes. So we want to watch that. because a lot of times those don't last very long, but it was this type of situation we had last year that produced, like, I think Nevada had 2 tornadoes. We had, I know we had severe weather coverage on Easter, but it was situations like this. So we did definitely want to watch it. Let me turn back on my little spinning cones. So we're going to watch these guys, but that may be a little circulation trying to form, but it hasn't warranted. It's got a tornado tag, I think. Pretty sure it's got a tornado tag. Yes, it does. So, National Weather Service, Springfield, they're on top of their game, and they're just trying to let everybody know that this thing could spin up. But yeah, so we want to watch that. Let's go back to the radar here, and I'm going to take my little cone guy off for a minute. And let's see what the hail's doing in this guy. Oh, we're going to check. Oh my gosh. So where that is bowing out. Okay, so we're getting those straight line winds out here. So probably right in here, we're getting 70-mile-per-hour winds. And then you get the little inflow back here. So just south of Liberal, that's where we would see a little spin up if it can produce one. But look how this line drops all the way back just south of Asbury, right along 171. But that's pretty impressive shear. Let's look at hail. Still has quite a bit of hail in it. Not super large, but I mean, ½ inch, 3/4 of an inch, which is still very I mean, not good, but pretty big. All right, so let's look at this all the way back toward Baxter Springs, west side of Joplin, Seneca, all getting into the action. Still, you got that severe thunderstorm warning in Craig County with all this mess moving out. Atmosphere is very unstable along and south of I-44. So if we look really from kind of Joplin back to northwest Arkansas, all this all the way over to Springfield, you guys are still very unstable. So as this whole mess moves in, we want to watch for that rotating potential. But look how that really bowed out. So let's kind of loop this over the past 30 minutes and see it. You see just that push right into Barton County. It's impressive. I'm to see these storms kind of get a little bit stronger. Let's check out so Sheldon 8:37. So you guys still got 20 minutes or so. Look at the shear. See that shear marker? And this isn't, I mean, confirmed, but look at this. I mean, we could be getting straight line winds, probably at least 70 with that. So we're getting some very damaging straight line winds. Radar's picking up almost 80. So that's interesting to see. Hail is about 3/4 of an inch. Let's check this guy out. So Minda Mines 819, Liberal 828. Let's see here. Moving northeast at 47. We're not getting a big shear marker in this part of the storm. BTI is 2.5. We're just going to call that big tornado index. Also 2.5 on this part of the storm, but definitely worth watching. What's up, Vinny? All right, so storm's getting into the southwest side of Joplin. Let's look at the lightning, see if it's really ticked up. Still a lot of lightning. Very, very electric storms. Let me check on the latest warnings here. All right, so that little notch that we've been talking about, it is strong enough to at least have the tornado tag. So we want to watch that part of the storm. So I'm going to take the lightning off here so we can see things a little bit better. We're going to pull out the velocity again. So yeah, I mean, definitely it's not a clear signal that we have a tornado, but it's a pretty clear signal that the part of the storm is trying to produce a tornado. So this is just to the west of Lamar, tracking kind of in between Liberal and Lamar, and then tracking up towards Sheldon. So here's I-49. So we want to watch this. I mean, even in this part of the storm, just north of Jasper, we're talking about straight line winds of probably 70 miles per hour. So kind of dangerous as it hits toward that I-49 corridor as we go through about the next 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, let's take that off. Let's check out let's go back to the shear here. Oh, look at that. Look at the storm relative velocity. This thing is really trying to curl up here. Let's see here. Yeah, this thing is really trying to curl up. Wow, look at this. Okay. So we've got very strong straight line winds here. So tornado potential again up in here and very powerful straight line winds. Probably 70 to 75 miles per hour. So that's enough to be kind of like, even though they're straight line winds, it's enough to be kind of like a small tornado. So northern parts of Jasper County, Alba, Purcell, Oronogo, Webb City, Airport Drive. Things are going to get a little windy here as we go through about the next 10 to 15 minutes. It looks like winds will be gusting 70 upwards to about 75 miles per hour. I think the worst stretch there is going to be kind of where that little arrow is. So right in here. So that stretch, and it's probably only a mile west of I-49 right now, but that stretch just to the west of I-49 is going to be moving. Let's see here. Meteorologist Nick Kelly, TV's Nick Kelly, helping me out a little bit. He's in the Springfield area. All right, so you can see this really pressing out here. So right along I-49, most likely winds 70, maybe 80. So that's going to cause some problems as it crosses into, well, right across I-49. But look how these winds continue all the way back toward Alba. So we want to watch that. Let's take this off. Let's look at these new skits. Sheldon, 834. Nevada, 847. Wow. So that may be a small tornado there, because see this skit? So this is right where I was saying that we could get a tornado, and go over here to the shear marker. It's 92.1 miles per hour. Still most likely not that high because the radar beam's sweeping at a different level than what we were seeing right at the surface. But what it shows you is we are easily getting winds of 70 miles per hour. Look at this. That big gust has just now got into Lamar and then into Jasper. I'm gonna go through some comments here and see if any of you guys up near Lamar, if you are, tell me if it is, what the winds are like up there. Let me look through here. As I'm scrolling through these, Jamie, it hasn't passed Joplin yet. Robert, Nevada, you're kind of on the south side, but we're gonna look at you here. Most people saying winds have really picked up in Jasper from Jennifer 1 minute ago. Lightning, a lot of lightning. Okay. So thank you guys. Kind of keeping me informed. All right, so let's look at this back here. So we are looking at this part of the storm moving northeast at about 55 to 60 miles per hour. So these guys are really moving across the region, but that is impressive. That structure, that big S shape. And again, sometimes we get spin up tornadoes. So that's why we got the tornado tag. But you can see, look how the wind, this like front, little gust front, big gust front, all the way back toward Alba, all the way back toward Carl Junction. So if you live in Carl Junction, over toward Oronogo, Webb City, Purcell, Alba, next city, the winds are getting very, very strong and are going to be as we go through about the next 20 minutes. Let's go back to the radar here. Let's check out. Yeah, so, okay, so that's interesting too. So let me put this in motion. We're getting the full S here. Look at this. So wind pushing out near Lamar, and then it kind of another little inflow back toward Joplin and then back out. So you're getting these massive straight line wind punches south side of Joplin right through Lamar, but it's these inlet notches that you want to watch for possibly small tornadoes. So a lot to watch here as we go through, well, as it continues to work through. But again, like I told you, the atmosphere is very unstable out here. So even you guys over in Bolivar, Willard, Springfield, Republic, Ozark, you guys want to watch these as they get closer. Let's go a little farther south We have a strong thunderstorm. So in Ottawa County, let's look at that skit and see what's going on. So let me move that box over here. So we're looking at Miami at 829, Quapaw 836. Downstream, this part of the storm. This is the backside, the hail core, at about 845. I also wanted to look at the parameters on this. Wasn't extremely windy, which is good, but these storms are booking. I mean, 56 miles per hour. I mean, they are really, really moving and are going to continue to do so. How's Tulsa doing? Tulsa still has their tornado on the ground. Thunderstorms, of course. Let's look at the lightning. So we're looking at Craig County into Ottawa County. But again, just strong thunderstorms. Let's see here. Let me see if there's anything new on that part of the storm. Yeah, the rotation, those little S parts, they're strong, but they're just not quite there to fire off a tornado warning. So the biggest problem, I guess, is the straight line winds right now. Reading the NWS chat, Rusty Rives, City of Lamar, he's saying the winds are really moving in Lamar. So we're going to continue to see this, and we just want to watch it because, again, the atmosphere is very, very unstable out here. A thunderstorm picking up. You can see just north of Bentonville near Bella Vista. And then all this continuing right back into Barton County. Lightning here. Man, it's really thundering outside. House is shaking a little bit. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so again, not strong enough rotation to warrant a tornado warning, which is good, but we are really seeing those winds. And I mean, you can look at that. I mean, right through Barton County, right through Jasper County. Let's look at the shear. And we're still getting, and this is kind of the gust front. So right through Lamar and right through Lamar, then right down I-49. So it's pushed just east of I-49. Then look at this line. So this is very strong winds, straight line winds, Jasper all the way through Alba. So if we zoom in here, because this is kind of the north side of the city, or no, you guys are getting very good winds out there right now. In fact, I want to look real quick. Yeah, the winds are moving pretty good out there. Guys, it was me. I was the one who opened the door. All right, so yeah, we're getting those straight 60 to about 75 miles per hour across the region. Let's go back to the radar here. And I mean, that's an impressive cell right across Barton County. Let's go a little farther north. Nevada, you guys kind of escaped, at least most intense part of the cell, all the way up toward Butler, Clinton, Warsaw. Yes, thunderstorms, but nothing severe. Really, the big severe one we got right now is in Barton County and also Jasper County. I'm going to go back to a few of your comments. Haley, yes, Columbus is clear of that working through, but we still have some more stuff moving out of northeastern Oklahoma. Emma Cassville, yes, you guys are just waiting. You're going to get every storms tonight, so give it a little bit of time. Here, Jennifer says, Amber says it's raining pretty good, and Webb, very windy. Let's see. Tammy, crazy north of CJ. Kyla says the winds are really going in Jasper. Lisa says northwest Lamar, no electricity, and our house is shaking. So, yeah, that's interesting. Let's look at that. It's coming down here. We can actually look at that. Let's see here. Let's look at, is there power outages? There are some power outages. So, Bourbon County, Crawford County, some power outages. And then, I mean, it's a mess once you get back toward Tulsa. But so, yeah, these storms are taking out some power. Especially, that's not surprising, especially in Crawford County and Bourbon County, just with those extreme winds. And then you can see our 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. It just rained real hard here for about 15 seconds, and then it kind of let up. But I think I have a lot more coming. Let's zoom into Joplin. What are you guys getting? Showers, thunderstorms, nothing severe, but it's strong for sure. Kind of picking back up toward Baxter, Galena, another round coming in. Miami, a very strong storm. That's why you got this kind of, I'm colorblind. I have trouble with colors. Brownish color. That is a strong storm advisory. And then back toward Veneta, we got another storm. We want to kind of watch these guys too, because I want to show you this. Let's switch the radar. See how these guys have kind of isolated themselves again? So kind of isolated, kind of isolated, kind of isolated. Those are the ones that will try to spin up again, especially as they get into northern Delaware County, into southern Ottawa County, and then eventually on the Missouri side, McDonald, and then also Newton County. So we want to watch those because those are a little concerning. All right, let's go back into Missouri where our current warning is. I want to watch those winds again, see what they're doing. I mean, that's just craziness. Look at this shape. I mean, you got the winds. It just shows us that we're seeing such strong straight line winds and just a punch out here. I think it's hailing. Hang on. Oh, no, it's not hailing. It's you. So we're just seeing that strong punch with the winds here. All right, let's go back to shear. Yeah, so you can see where that gust is. So it's already over into eastern parts of Barton County, northern parts of Jasper County. Let me see if there's anything else on the warnings here. Let's see. Lamar is working a brush fire from electrical lines slapping a tree. So, I mean, it just shows you how strong these winds are. A lot of power outages coming in from Columbus area. So that's good to know. So it looks like a lot of Lamar. There isn't power. And then, of course, a brush fire from electrical lines. Turkey. I'm reading here, guys. Give me 1 second. Okay, so that's not good. So brush fire in Lamar due to electrical lines going down and hitting trees. So they're fighting that. And then this extreme gust front. So you can see the gust front all the way down. So if we look all the way down toward Carytown, south of Alba, I can hear the winds right now. I live in Oronogo, and that is really moving. So that's going to continue. This gust front, you can see it kind of curls back. Look at this. It's weird. Look at that. So it kind of curls back all the way down. So not much wind here yet. And then right along that line, that's where all the wind is. Thankfully, we're not seeing anything tornadic right now. But the straight line winds are bad enough. Heavy amounts of rain. Let's look. I didn't mean to do that. Let's see here. See what we're doing on. Yeah, really good amounts of rain. I mean, we need the rain. We just don't need the flash flooding. So let's look here. So northwestern parts of Jasper County, almost 1.5 inches. You can look in Cherokee County. Some very, very wet storms that are pushing through. We do need the rain, but with the rain that we had just a few days ago, this may cause a little bit of flash flooding for some locations. This storm, Ottawa County, let's go a little farther south. Just south of Miami, it's trying to creep up just a little bit, so maybe get a little bit stronger. So we're going to watch that, especially as it pushes into Newton County, which is pretty fresh atmosphere. Hasn't seen much really going on. So let's watch that. All right, let me go back through a few more of your guys' comments, questions. Let's see here. Let's see here. Very strong winds in Purcell. Misty Joplin right now is doing good. It's just a strong thunderstorm, but your winds are going to start to pick up here pretty quick. Not quite as strong as what we were seeing just north of Joplin, but yeah, they're moving. Let's see here. We've got lots of thunder, lots of lightning, Tammy says, in Joplin, gusty winds in Alba. So thanks, guys, for letting me know what's going on. You guys are kind of my eyes out there. Okay, just scrolling through here. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning. So this is going to be northern Dade into Cedar and also St. Clair County. And this is for the winds, the very strong straight line winds. So if this is the Stockton Lake area from Golden City, Greenfield, and then farther north than that, eventually Osceola, maybe eventually Bolivar. So we're going to stop this. Let's see what the winds are doing now. See if they've calmed down a little bit, if they're still moving. They're still moving pretty good. Let's look at these skits. Okay, so moving northeast at 48. At least the hail's not too big. El Dorado Springs, 856. Let's look at this guy down here. Sheer, you can see 57.5 miles per hour, but again, that's sweeping above, up in the atmosphere, but still surface winds, I'm sure, in that part of the storm, so northern parts of Jasper County, I'm sure we're at least getting 60 mile per hour winds. At least that BTI, Big Tornado Index, is low. And we want to keep that guy low, but he may go up a little bit more later on tonight. You can see the strong winds right through Golden City, north side of Jasper to Alba, west side of Webb City. And then it gets kind of messy once you get down toward Joplin. So thankfully Joplin's not seeing as strong of wind gusts as a lot of other people are. And then I don't see anything else alarming except that is just, I haven't seen a bow echo like that, like a bow and arrow, in quite some time. So that, to me, that's impressive. All right, so back to the radar. Let's loop this. We got the new severe thunderstorm warnings. These are moving fast. Let me go ahead and put a storm track on that for you guys. I gotta keep it the map somewhat pulled out because this thing is moving so fast. So if we take kind of the center of this, so we're looking at Jericho Springs 845, Stockton 858. We're looking at Wheatland 926. So booking off toward the north and to the east at a pretty good clip. And again, main threat with this severe thunderstorm warning is those straight line winds that are clocking probably 70 miles per hour. Let me see if I see anything new. I want to look at. Okay. I'm still here, guys. I'm just reading. Okay, so this bow, we're clocking winds near 80, 70 to 80. I mean, right in there. So this is getting into western parts of Dade County, northwestern Dade County, and then eventually up into Cedar County. So, I mean, northern parts of Lawrence County, and then into Dade County. So we're still getting those winds clocking over 70 miles per hour with that bow. I mean, that's impressive. You can see a little inflow, and then right through here, sometimes these little notches, we get little spin up tornadoes. We aren't seeing that tonight so far. We had some mid-level rotation, but not enough to warrant a tornado warning. Let me turn my little cones back on just in case if we get another one. This radar is pretty handy. It really allows me to see things on the fly. Storm picking up Newton County. So we're looking just north of Neosho. Heavy rain, Joplin, Carthage. And that warning, the severe thunderstorm warning in Lawrence and also Dade County, that's got a tornado tag, meaning still we're getting enough mid-level rotation. Oh, no, they took the tag off. Okay, that's good. So it's all straight line winds that we're mainly dealing with. But man, they are moving. I'm going to answer a few questions here. You guys are really firing them in here. Okay, Isabel Joplin, yes. Strong thunderstorms, nothing severe right now, but a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning. Lee says it's getting crazy again in Baxter. Yeah, pretty good storm moving through. It's a strong storm, just below the severe limit. Let's scroll a little bit down. Lori says hail in Briarbrook, which is Carl Junction. Webb City, Abby, we are getting very heavy rain. Severe storm right there, but the winds have been really picking up. I heard a little hail outside. I live in North Webb City, Oronogo, but it didn't sound like it was big hail, which is good because I got my truck out there. Tabitha, no rotation in Miami right now. I'll double check that. No. No, maybe a little mid-level, just southeast, but not enough to become a problem. Let me zoom this out. I'll go through a few more here. You guys are doing great at the reports. Amanda says it's getting loud in Carthage. Kimberly, Independence, are you guys done? No, you guys actually are not. Let me show you why. So you guys all out here are thinking everything's nice and dandy. So if we look at, you got more storms east of Wichita starting to fire, and then you got the true cold front right back from Manhattan back toward Hutch, just to the west of Wichita. You can see a little bit of green line just west of Wichita. So this is the true front, and you got more thunderstorms trying to pop up here, and that's ahead of the front. So we're going to have to watch those guys as they lift up into our northern counties in the south side of Kansas City as we go through the next few hours. But we are not technically done until this front sweeps all the way. It's 8:40. We're going to be here a while. So no go to bed circles anytime soon. All right, let me switch up radar here. Still, we got that very impressive bowing now. Northern parts of Lawrence County, northern parts of Dade County into Cedar County. So still, that's what is warranting that severe thunderstorm warning is the bow echo. Very heavy rain, everybody else. Storm may be picking up a little bit southeastern Kansas. So we're looking Baxter, Galena, west side of Joplin, down toward Commerce, and also Miami. So that storm picking up a little bit. So we need to watch that. Let's look at the skid on it. Yeah, it's also moving at about 50 miles per hour, and it does have half-inch size hail. We haven't seen any enormous size hail tonight here in our region. The biggest I've seen is about 1.25 inches. We don't want the big hail, but some of these storms definitely could drop them a little bit later on tonight. Still have tornadoes on the ground. East of Tulsa. These are just ever so slowly creeping closer to us. We got this tornado almost right at the National Weather Service site east of Tulsa. So we still want to watch these. When you see these purple boxes, that means that we are seeing them confirmed on the ground. And my gosh, the Tulsa people, they have just been hammered since about 4:15 this afternoon. They've had in the metro a tornado warning for about 4.5 hours now, which is crazy. All right, so our severe thunderstorm warnings, of course, these are moving east of Lamar. And then heading up toward Stockton Lake. And you can still see that very strong bow structure. So Stockton, you guys are next in line for this very severe storm with winds at 70 to 75 miles per hour. So Stockton Lake, also on deck. Jericho Springs, you guys are in it right now. Greenfield, you guys are next. Lockwood, right on your doorstep. And then it kind of curls back around toward Carthage. So And a lot to watch there. See if I can get this guy to turn on. Oh, I can. So moving at about 50 miles per hour. So look at this. Stockton, you guys, at about 853. Greenfield, 903. So I kind of put the track right on the very gust front of the storm. And then Wheatland, 926. Bolivar, 934. So getting out on the north side of Springfield. That very intense, severe storm. Looking farther south, I'm not seeing much in the way of severe structure from Carthage to Joplin to Neosho. It's just really strong storms all the way back into Craig County. But these guys kind of popping up ahead of this cluster. This cluster is kind of messing with us, like in a good way. It's keeping the overall tornado threat a little bit lower because all the energy is kind of dispersed across miles and miles, 50, 70 miles. But we always want to watch these guys that kind of try to pop up ahead of these little clusters, like this guy in McDonald County. You want to keep your eyes on that. And the reason the Tulsa storms are still thriving is because they're kind of on that south side of the cluster. So as they move into fresh environment that hasn't had any storms. But back where we are, which is good, the storms are moving over the same general location, so we can't get quite as much energy to get a tornado, which is good. None of us want a tornado. But I would say the prime area right now to see stuff rotate is really from about Neosho back through Grove, all of northwest Arkansas, then back through here. I think that is a prime area. Even though you guys aren't under a tornado watch in northwest Arkansas later on tonight, that could become a problem. Let me check my mic battery here. Doing good. Okay, so we definitely want to keep our eyes on all that as we go through the overnight hours tonight. New warning here. So we are looking northern parts of Lawrence County into Dade. So this guy till 9:15, Dade County, and then also northern Lawrence County until 9:15. This is going to be for winds. I'm going to say it's probably 70 still. Let's see. Yeah, 60 to 70 is what we're seeing. It's a little bit lower side of the storm. The highest winds, the 70, maybe 72, are kind of up towards Stockton, is where we are kind of seeing that. But pretty intense winds. We're going to look at those again. Yeah, look at that. So here's your most intense winds going right into towards Stockton Lake, and then extremely strong winds back through here of about 60 to 65. So this segment is kind of 60 to 65 mile per hour winds, and then kind of 65 to 75 mile per hour winds on that northern side. And then we're going to start to see what kind of starts to pop in toward Bolivar, Willard, and over towards Springfield. Still definitely got some time on that. And then we aren't seeing as much wind structure now in Jasper County back toward Joplin. So we're not seeing the most intense winds anymore. It's mainly just strong thunderstorms, heavy amounts of rain. A lot of lightning. Look how electric these storms are. Very electric storms. Let's see what that is. Nothing too concerning on that, which is good. Turn off lightning and turn on my little circles. Okay. It's still pretty loud here at my house, but you know, the winds picked up pretty good for a little bit, but heard some small hail and that was it. So it wasn't anything too bad. Let's see here. Yes, let me put a storm track on the southern counties. I am trying to look through your guys' comments. All right, let me look at this in motion. So the guy in eastern Ottawa County, that's where Miami and Seneca is. That storm's picking up a little bit of strength. So we want to watch those. But yeah, let's do a storm track on those. So if we take really from southwest side of Joplin, kind of drag these right through here. So this cluster coming out of Ottawa County. So over the next hour, Low Melinda 850, Freeman Hospital 852, which is very quick. Joplin proper 853, and then when you got Mercy at 854, Saginaw 858, Dunawig at 901, Diamond at about 910. And if this part of the storm becomes severe, we want to definitely watch that. But it's a very strong storm, but it is picking up at least some stronger characteristics into the storm. Neosho 910, Granby at about 919. So that is that part of the storm. But, and again, we want to watch these guys coming out. So let's put a track on this. So just south of Pryor, where we have our confirmed tornado. So if it held together, and that's a big if, it would be getting into J at 924. So you guys are about 30 minutes away. Grove at 932. Decatur at 943. Knoll at 946. So we want to watch this because this has been a long track. Tornado on the ground all the way. Tulsa has had several. And then these would get into northwestern Arkansas. So Gravette, Gentry. So we want to watch it. It's still a long ways away, but it's definitely got our attention as it continues to track off toward the north and to the east. This guy just really hasn't been able to get going. In parts of McDonald County, it's kind of flared up a little bit for the past, it's not doing too much. Let's look at it here. So it really hasn't been able to get going just to the northwest of Cassville, but we'll continue to watch it. Going farther north, we have all these severe thunderstorm warnings, of course, northern parts of Lawrence, Dade, into Cedar, and also Sinclair counties, as we are primarily getting winds gusting kind of 60 to 70, not quite as strong as what they were when they blew through Lamar. I don't know how long ago that was, 30 minutes ago or so. Kansas side, you guys have really cleared out, but as I mentioned, there's more back here. So you can see like moving into Greenwood County. So let's see what these guys are doing. So moving into Eureka, moving northeast at 40, but hail's not too big. Still, we're going to watch those guys because that's kind of next little batches starting to get going. Go back here and rotate again. And then look at the line, look at the front. Look at all these guys forming just northwest Wichita along the true cold front. And that cold front is starting to overtake that dry line. And then as we look farther south, I mean, Oklahoma's getting better. It is thundering out. Oklahoma's looking slowly better. I mean, obviously they got tornadoes on the ground, but I mean, redevelopment back to the west, back toward Oklahoma City. So, but all this stuff's moving in. And it's going to continue to do so as we go through the next few hours. Oklahoma, things are really picking up here. These aren't severe thunderstorm warnings, but they are, in a sense, we're real close to a severe thunderstorm warning. So let's look at this. Let's look at these skits here. So these storms, I'll throw on the radar again. Pushing right through out of Craig County and Ottawa County. So kind of following up this storm that is now through Baxter and Seneca. Joplin metro things are really going to get loud again here. Let's look at the lightning. A lot of lightning. So you can see the lightning really picking up west side of Joplin, Galena, Baxter, toward Low Melinda. Give me a second, guys. I need to get something to drink. Let me check warnings here. I'm reading here, guys. Give me 1 second. Just looking to see how Lamar's doing with their little fire that they had, and also some of the wind updates. Another factor here we want to watch. Let me pull one thing up here. Is if this first line gets out of here quicker, that's going to leave the second line. It's going to give it more instability. I'll show you what I'm looking at here. I'm just looking at a short range model here real quick. I want to see how things are coming together. No go to bed circles yet, guys. That may be a long time coming. Okay, so here's what I'm kind of glancing at, what my brain is thinking. I'm going to put on a composite radar so you guys can just kind of see what's going on as a whole. Okay, and then let me loop this over 2 hours, and then I'll show you what's going on. So you got this first complex, and all this air out through here, still very unstable. So from Springfield, Branson, southwest Missouri, northwest Arkansas, you got tornadoes coming out of northeastern parts of Oklahoma. But now we're getting a gap here from batch 1 and then batch 2. And if you look at the front, it's not really moving very fast. It hasn't picked up speed. Once it overtakes the dry line, then it's going to start to get moving. But because there's this gap, it may allow for the atmosphere like Pittsburgh, Joplin, Neosho, Miami to kind of get a little unstable again in between the bands. So that would put another concern on this line moving through. But you're not going to like when it happens. The main cold front line is not even going to get here probably until 2. I mean, super late for us tonight. So that is an issue, and that's something we want to watch. Okay, let's look here. Hey, I hope to be able to do go to bed circles. And do you know Arvis Banks, they actually sponsored that? They were like, Doug, we want to sponsor that go to bed circle. I thought that was pretty cool. All right, so Amanda says rain's dying down in Carthage. Caitlin, still nervous about Miami. Yeah, big storms rolling through. Guys, remember, we're streaming. I'm looking here. I'm streaming on Roku, on the weather app, YouTube, Facebook. I'm in TikTok trouble right now because I streamed horizontal, so I got to get back on TikTok's good side. But those are the 4 places I'm streaming. Let's see here. Yes, we got new warnings. Ottawa County, we're going to look at those. Lauren lost power in Carl Junction. We'll look at the power outages here in a second. I'm just kind of scrolling through. I want to see what you guys are kind of gearing what you want to talk about. All right, so let's get into northeastern Oklahoma. We're going to check out these new warnings. We're still have that tornado on the ground. It's getting loud at my house. Okay, so we got this severe thunderstorm warning. So this is one, the main severe part's coming out of Veneta. So this affects Afton. You can kind of see it. There's a lot going on here. But the yellow box up toward Fairland, Afton, and then all the way back toward Veneta. And this is till 9:30 p.m. So it is western parts of Ottawa County, right up to about Miami. And I'm going to assume that is for quarter size hail, just by looking at the storm. Let's look at this guy still. I mean, monster tornado just south of Pryor, Oklahoma. But again, this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. And we want to start to watch this now as it starts creeping ever so closely to Delaware County. And then getting into northwest Arkansas. and then into southwest Missouri. So we definitely want to watch that, especially as we go through the next few hours. All right, but mainly strong storms, one severe storm moving out of Craig County into Ottawa County. And then we still have our severe thunderstorm warnings on the Missouri side. And this is for winds a little bit lower now at about 60 miles per hour, but we're still getting that bowing structure. So you can see it's already gone through Stockton and all the way back through Greenfield. So we're still getting a punch here where we are getting those winds at 60, 65 miles per hour. A lot better than the 70 to 80 that we had back when it moved through Lamar and parts of Barton County. But next in line for this, kind of over toward Bolivar. So we're going to watch that. And let's drop a little bit farther south. It's loud here. A lot of lightning strikes. The ones that you see that are yellow that pop up are new lightning strikes. So that's most likely, because I live about here, that's most likely the guy I heard. And then a lot of new lightning strikes. So the lightning's picking up over toward Galena, moving out of Baxter. So the west side of Joplin, it's going to get noisy here as we go through the next 30 minutes or so. A lot of lightning back toward Welch and Bonita as well. So very electric storms. And then, of course, the tornado warning is super electric. So a lot going on there. And thankfully, we're not seeing anything tornadic across the region right now, which is good. We don't want to see that. All right, let's go here. Let's see what we're doing, how we're doing on power outages. So Craig County, a lot of outages. Well, a few hundred, up to 1,000. And then you got Crawford County, Bourbon County, up toward Lynn County, Barton County, quite a few outages as well. And then even some just north of Clinton. So yeah, we do have some power outages that we're watching. Look at Tulsa with all the tornadoes, over 5,000 outages. Hopefully we can keep these guys down as we go through the rest of the night. All right, so we still have elevated risk for tornadic activity from southeast Kansas, kind of excluding our western counties a little bit. That is going to be more of a straight line wind threat, but still, look how the tornado threat goes all the way down into northwestern parts of Arkansas. The wind risk, everybody is under the wind risk, meaning straight line winds. And then the hail risk, a little bit lower. I mean, we've had hail, but we haven't had extremely big hail, which is good. And let's see where the cold front is. You can see the cold front still way back here, just to the west of Wichita, and that's why we're getting these storms moving in. But look at the cold air behind it. We take a little bit of a dip as we go through the next couple days. All right, so again, cluster one. Cluster one, riding right along that I-44 corridor, still very unstable air down through here. Delaware County, Benton County, Arkansas, McDonald County, Newton County, Berry County, Lawrence County, Stone, Taney, Christian, Greene County, all very unstable air. So all this is going to keep that tornado potential. Once we get rid of batch number one and it gets over here, our tornado threat greatly goes down, but we are still going to have that straight line wind threat and a low tornado threat later on tonight as all this action really starts to get going. Okay, let's see here. New severe thunderstorm warning. Let's look at this. So just extended a little farther east. Northern Lawrence, southern Dade. Okay. And let's see here. Until 9:15, till 9:15. Still got a pretty good bowing structure on that. I mean, that's pretty strong. Straight line winds right through here. About 60 to 65 mile per hour winds. So those are still enough to bring down some power lines, trees, which kind of we saw back in Lamar. Let me see if I see any new reports from what has happened. Okay, so Lamar outages, a tree down, and a pole is laying on a house. And roughly about 300 people in Lamar without power. So let's see here. A storm chaser called in. He said that there was a semi on its side on I-49 just north of Lamar. So that would have been about 30 minutes ago when that line worked through. So we are definitely getting winds in that 70 to 80, if not a little bit more. Let's see here. Let me look at a couple other reports. Let me look at this here real quick. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, most of the kind of damage with these storms so far have kind of been right through Lamar. Let me look at one short range model here real quick. Just want to see the latest. It's kind of showing, I mean, our second band is forming out to the west, but I'm hoping that this can kind of overwork our atmosphere just enough that we don't have too much of an issue with that second band. Let's see here. We'll go through a few of your comments. Let's see here. Miami should not be worried about a tornado at this point in time. The only tornado warning we have out there right now is this guy east of Claremore, Oklahoma. But it is on the ground, and we do want to really pay attention as it starts to get a little bit closer. A lot of you guys on these comments just have conversations with each other. It's kind of funny. Okay. Let's see here. Candace, Springfield, you guys are going to get into the action, but you guys still got a little bit of time. These storms are moving kind of southwest to northeast, but the line's just kind of moving very slowly off toward the east. So that's why we have so much of this to go. Let's see. Bladen, can Joplin nap for a bit? That's a good way to put it. Yeah, I mean, we still got two big clusters moving through. You can see the one big storm right now moving right through Joplin. Not severe, it's strong. And that's why I kind of launched that weather call too, because if you scroll back on my Facebook page, you can find the link. But you know, that's a good way that if you do want to go to sleep, it will wake you up on your phone. So that is pretty cool. But you can see the second band back in western parts of Ottawa County, eastern Craig, that has all the lightning as well. We know we've had the wind damage up in Barton County near Lamar. Let's see, have we had, and of course, guys, if you do have any roof damage, right there in the corner of your screen, Bridgewater Roof, and give them a shout tomorrow. They'll get you hooked up. But hail-wise, haven't seen a lot of hail. I mean, we had some hail in some of the storms earlier. But if I look at 1 hour hail, let me take the lightning off. I mean, there's sporadic hail, but not big hail. I mean, a lot of hail down in Oklahoma, but most of us, we've had small hail. I heard some pea size hitting the window, but that was just about it. Let's see, we still got that, look at that bow. So still just west of Bolivar. We still have very strong winds. Anytime you start seeing the reds popping up here, we're talking 60 to 70. So we still have some very, very strong winds just to the west of Bolivar, but they've greatly weakened. You can see we still have some gusty winds through Carthage, back toward Joplin, and then a little bit in western Newton County, but not near strong as what we were seeing just northwest of Springfield. So that's good. But yes, to answer your question about napping, once we get past this first band, we want to pay attention to it because the atmosphere is still pretty unstable. But I will tell you this, the better chance, if there was something that was going to rotate with this first band, the better chance is going to be through this sector. This has the highest chance right now, well, now through the next few hours. This is where the atmosphere is the most unstable that could produce a tornado. Now, if you're back, and this isn't really a go to bed circle, but we'll call it the Arvest Bank let's watch circle. But still, southeast Kansas, northeastern Oklahoma, now you're in your napping period. So from Pittsburgh back towards Chanute, Coffeyville, Independence, Iola, not much going on. Next couple hours, actually, not until the main front starts to get out. So there is a lull there, but still along that I-44 corridor, it's pretty intense. Let's see here. App name, it's Weather Call Next Gen. That's the one that calls you and wakes you up. It does cost $15 a year. It doesn't go to me. It goes for the data. It goes to that company, but it's a good thing to have. It started in 2008, maybe 11, and now they have the next generation, which is pretty cool. My app is DHWX. You can find that. Right now, we are streaming on Facebook. We are streaming on YouTube. We are streaming on Roku. We're streaming on my weather app. I hope we are. But right now I'm in TikTok jail because I streamed horizontal. They got mad at me. They want you to stream vertical. So I'm in TikTok jail for a little bit. Okay, Galena, Jamie, intense storm moving in. I'll put the radar in looping when I'm answering some of you guys' questions. I'll loop it over a 30-minute time so you guys can kind of see in 30 minutes where are these guys going. A lot of you guys have anxiety. I can't tell you how many emails I've had today or Facebook messages asking about storm, saying you guys have storm anxiety. I've never had storm anxiety, but I know so many of you guys have been through tornadoes across the region, so I know that is a very big deal. Here's what I usually tell people. The chances of a tornado hitting a specific spot, so like in my house, and knock on wood, but the chances of one hitting in this specific spot are extremely low. Very, very low. I hope that helps your anxiety just a little bit, but you guys aren't alone. There's a ton of people who have very much storm anxiety. Okay, let me see here. The big phrase everybody uses now is cooked. We're cooked. No, we're not cooked. Okay, yeah, Galena, you guys are getting loud. You got another pretty intense storm coming out of western parts of Ottawa County into southern parts of Cherokee County. I'll zoom in a little bit on that for you guys, get a little bit closer. So we got Joplin's very loud right now. We got this intense storm that is pushing through. It's not severe, but it's close. It's right there. And then it's following it up with this guy back toward Miami, another very intense storm. So this is why we're probably going to see a little bit of flash flooding. We're going to look at rainfall amounts here in just a second. Let's see here. Overall tornado chance, again, for any one spot is very low. But we do have the threat to have some tornadoes as we go through the rest of the overnight. Thankfully, in our area, we haven't had any. We've had some suspicious guys, but nothing that has spun up a tornado. Let's see here. And again, guys, if you guys have any damage or if you know of any power lines down or anything like that, definitely pass it along to me. I'm going to look at reports here real quick. Let's see here. I am getting a little worried about flash flooding. We're going to take a look. Okay. Yeah, there's definitely got to be some ponding on the roadways. Galena, let's look at Galena. Galena's had 2.2 inches, and this is all a little over an hour, about an inch. Joplin proper, Low Melinda, 1.42, inch and a half, and Baxter, Commerce has had 1.7. So there is a stripe of very heavy rain. So do watch out for that. You never want to drive through waters that you can't see the bottom, or if it's moving very quickly. But parts of Joplin definitely flash flood, so we want to watch that. All right, let's go back here. I'm gonna continue to loop this here. John Grove in the path. I assume you're talking about the tornado warning storm in northeastern Oklahoma. It is still a confirmed tornado, but let's look at it. Let's see what's going on with it, because it is getting closer. So you can see where the tornado is. It hasn't been extended farther east into Delaware County, which makes me think that it's most likely weakened some. And I haven't been tracking it very hard, so, but that's where it's at. So in Delaware County, the hot spot right now is going to be like the little town of Jay, Oklahoma, in Delaware County. And we need to see what this storm is going to do as it starts to get in. As it gets into Delaware County, we're really gonna pay attention to it. Let me see what it looks like on radar here. I mean, it's got a nice little couplet still. Velocity. Storm relative velocity. Let's look at the shear. I'm gonna take my little circle guy off. Yeah, I mean, that's right where it's at. So it's so just southwest of Langley, and then pushing northeast. My gosh, it's loud outside. Here at my house it is. So yeah, we're gonna start paying attention. But if we track this, let's say if it took the exact same track it's taking now. So if we do this over last 30 minutes, the center of the circulation would go kind of right on the south side of Grove. So yeah, I mean, it would track like right here, and then eventually toward Anderson and Goodman. So that is something we want to watch. We want to see if it will start to decrease or what happens with it. But as it gets into Delaware County, we're going to definitely pay attention to it. Lightning. A lot of lightning out there. Okay. Kimberly Goodman, you guys still got a ways to go. Yeah, Brittany, there's been a lot of lightning out my window, so I mean, these are very electric storms. Let's see here. I'm just glancing through comments, guys. Okay. Let's see here. News severe thunderstorm warnings north of Springfield. So let's look at those guys. And that's still for the winds at about 60 miles per hour. So, I mean, that bow echo has been going for a long, long time, just pushing east, but still getting those winds with that bowing right through here. And the strong 60, 65 mile per hour winds right behind it. So warning until 10 p.m. for Polk County, and then northern parts of Greene County, and then Hickory County, as well as those storms continue to push north and east. But staying north of Springfield Willard, Springfield Republic, you guys aren't really going to get anything until the Joplin storm gets in. So you're still well over an hour away from big storms. Neosho, you guys have been just getting kind of glanced so far, but things will pick up. So Neosho, this Miami storm, that's going to be the one that really gets you. And then let's see here. Let's look at that guy. So he's out till 9:30, the same severe thunderstorm warning. So we haven't seen that extended yet. And new tornado warning. So this is now Delaware County. But notice, I want you to notice this. So notice how the old warning is purple And then this one is red. So what that means is our confirmed tornado has gone away. And the blue warning means it is radar indicated or a small one on the ground. So I'm going to look at the latest on it. I'm seeing some pictures in Oklahoma. There's a lot of damage down there. That's not good. Okay, let me look at this real quick. I just want to make sure, I want to get the latest on that. Okay. So this is radar indicated, so at least we're not seeing anything on the ground at this point in time with that tornado, which is good news. Look back towards Springfield. Okay, so let's look and see where that rotation is. Let's see here. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay, let's look at the circulation here. Let's switch the radar up. Let's look at our velocity. So this is why the warning is switched, because this velocity has broadened across the region. So it's not as strong, it's not on the ground, but it's had the history. So this storm could just be recycling right now. And we see that a lot where you have a tornado on the ground for a while, and then it kind of has to get its act together again. So it may go 10 miles, 5 or 10 miles, and just have a broad circulation, and then it drops one again. So that's what we want to watch as it continues to push into Delaware County. But if you live in Delaware County, especially central Delaware County, south part of Grand Lake, up toward Grove, start paying attention. It's a ways away, but start paying attention as it continues to push northeast. Let's put a storm track on that again. So this is the circulation part of the storm. Not quite that fast. Right there. So we are looking at Grove 942, so it's 9:20. So, I mean, still 20 minutes away. Knoll would be just shy 10 p.m. Anderson 10:04. Got Pineville at 10:06. Jane 10:10. Goodman 10:10. Bella Vista at about 10:12. So let's watch it as it gets into the region. And let's see if it holds its signature. But it still has a pretty bright velocity couplet on it. You see it right in here. Let me turn my little circles on again. Yeah, you can see it right where it is. So that's where our rotation is, our tornado. But as of right now, it's not confirmed on the ground. So that is good news. But we're gonna see what happens here. All right, let's go back into this loud mess. Miami, Baxter, things are really picking up again. Joplin, very loud. Webb City, very loud. Heavy amounts of rain. All the way down toward Neosho. Carthage, you guys are picking back up again. Sarcoxy, you're going to join the club here and get into some storms here pretty quick. Mount Vernon trying to get some. It gets a little messier. Jasper to Golden City. Up toward Nevada. And then remember, guys, here's our break where we're not getting anything for quite a while. So right through here, that's our break. That's our whole, several hours of a break, which is good, but then things will get interesting again later on tonight. We still have our severe thunderstorm warning. So Bolivar, it looks like the main gust of winds is now shifted through Bolivar. Buffalo, you guys are next, and then mainly staying north of Willard, Springfield, Republic. Like I said, for you guys, it's this part of the storm that will affect Willard, Springfield, and Republic. And if you guys are in Springfield area, you guys do still have that tornado threat over the next several hours. But Kansas, Pittsburgh, Frontenac, Fort Scott, Nevada, all looking pretty good. Kansas City looking good right now until you got this line back toward the northwest. I do want to look at the front. I want to see how strong. That was close. I want to see how strong these storms are. See, these are still kind of individual supercells out here. So, I mean, they're not severe, but I mean, they're storms that are firing up, but they're individual. So we'll see how fast they kind of solidify into line. So interesting for sure. Let's look at those. I mean, not severe, but yeah, that's the cold front forming, and we are still in batch number 1. All right. Let's look at our tornado warning again. Still got our little circulation guy moving right across the county line into Delaware County. But again, it's not confirmed on the ground right now, but it is there. It's a tornado warning, so definitely need to take it seriously as it gets all the way through Delaware County. And it is loud out there for sure. Okay, Chitopa, you guys are good for a while. Yeah, super heavy rain, a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning. You may be able to hear it right through here. Casey, when will Berry County get hit? You guys got a few hours ago. I mean, probably 2 hours, hour and a half to 2 hours before Berry County gets into it. Baxter, storm kind of moving into Baxter. Chanute, Kansas, you guys are in that lull, so you're in that break for a while. You're not going to see anything for a while. Fairland, we have a pretty good storm. It's not severe, strong, loud, Nicole, as it pushes through. And let's see here. Paisley is in line for the tornado warned storm, but it's a long ways away and a lot can happen. So we just want to watch it. And hopefully it'll weaken by then. Let's see here. Yeah, Joplin's going to stay loud for probably another hour, and then we'll get it. And saying that power has dropped off a little bit. Yeah, we can't do go to bed circles, Arvis Bank go to bed circles for a while. We can do Arvis Bank take a nap circle, but that's just about it. Let's see here, Lawrence County. You guys have big storms moving in over the next 30 minutes. And let's see here. Same thing for you, Nathan, in South Lawrence County. You still got a little ways to go over toward Monette before things really start to pick up. Joplin is loud. Joplin is very wet. We've had 1.5 inches, 2 inches of rain, but we aren't seeing anything severe in Joplin as of right now, which is great. We don't want to see that. Dennis, the drought tracker. The drought tracker is probably going to look better next week. So the drought tracker updates every Thursday with all this rain. And then we have another severe threat moving in Tuesday. And it right now looks pretty impressive. So Tuesday afternoon, I haven't even really dug into it because I wanted to get past this, but we're in severe weather season. So we'll see what happens here. Mike, no, the tornado warned cell will stay south of Joplin and Neosho. So it's kind of a McDonald County thing, Berry County, Lawrence County thing, if it can hold together. But that's a big question, if. So that's kind of what we're watching right now. Check one thing here. Okay. Neosho, Molly, we're still a little, I mean, you guys got some pretty good storms picking up. So it's going to get louder in Neosho here pretty quick. All right, let's do another tour. Let's see what's going on. So we're going to go back to our tornado warned cell. And let me turn my little circles off so I can actually see the storm. I'll check my mic battery. Doing okay. Let's see here. Let's look at the velocity on this guy. Okay, so you can see it right on the county line. Here's Delaware County. So, it may be recycling, which is bad news because if I go back over the past 30 minutes, seems to maybe have slowed down a little bit. So it may be recycling. Let's watch it as it moves into, and recycling would mean trying to mature again. Let's just watch it as it gets into Delaware County. But if you're in the Grand Lake area, this is something, I mean, especially like Ketchum, Disney, Dennis, Xena, you guys want to be in your shelter. So, um, bathroom, closet, interior, basement if you have it. Sadly, a lot of us don't have basements here, but this is still, it's not a confirmed tornado on the ground, but it's close. So we want to see if it recycles. It's really right, maybe just south of Langley right now. So we're going to watch it and see if it gets stronger. But if you're in central Delaware County, so if you're in this area all the way up toward Grove, I would be starting, if you're in Grove, I would start marching toward your shelter at this time, as it's still probably 10, 12 minutes away, but maybe 15 minutes away. But still, it's had the history of very big tornadoes. All right, let's see here. We still got severe thunderstorm warnings, Bolivar to Buffalo, kind of clipping Willard, but no other warnings at this time. You can see the wind. Let's see here, let's switch this up. Man, that bow echo just east of Bolivar. Okay, yeah, pretty good wind going on here. So, the 49-44 interchange. So there's a little gust front there where we're probably getting 50 to 55 mile per hour winds. Then you still got our severe thunderstorm warning, which expires in 2 minutes. So that guy's gone in Ottawa County. And then when are they going to let that one go? That also is at 9:30. This tornado warning till 10:15. So, okay, yeah, we got a lot to watch. Very loud electric storms again, but not a ton of warnings, meaning multiple warnings. We got our severe thunderstorm complex. Great news here is because all these are moving over the same area, it's kind of spreading that, it's taking that energy and it's stretching it out. So it's helped us to keep the number of warnings down, because we've seen this kind of train right over the same area. Now, the flash flooding, that's a problem, because we're getting some areas that have had 1 to 2 to 3 inches of rain already, and we will continue to see that. But I still really think we have a decent tornado threat from Springfield back through Newton County, Delaware County, and northwest Arkansas, including Branson and Springfield. I think there's still a pretty decent threat. I'm going to look and see if there's anything new on that. Ooh, I want to read that real quick. On our cold front pushing through. Maybe. Oh, doesn't want me to. Okay. Give me 1 second. Hang with me, guys. Yeah, that tornado threat sticks all the way through Springfield and Branson. It looks like once it passes Springfield, Branson, it mainly just switches over to very strong thunderstorms. And then right now, the front is due to the I-49 or I-44 corridor. So let's say Joplin, the cold front, which is way out here, is due in at about 3 in the morning. And then things clear out after that. But we're going to get some breaks here. So that's good. I hope I'm not doing this for the next 6 hours. I hope I get some breaks in here. But we can't take a break with a tornado warning moving into the region. Okay, let's see here. Scroll back through some questions. You guys mainly just talk to each other on here. It's kind of funny. It's entertaining. Okay. Braden, my wife, she picked me up some Arby's on the way home, so I got it in one of my breaks, but I always get the roast beef sandwich and the curly fries, of course. I like Arby's. Republic time frame. You guys are still at least an hour out from most of the storms, because again, they're moving from southwest to northeast, and then it's just inching off toward the east. Let's see here. Jackson County, Kansas. Yeah, right now you guys are safe. But need to watch that front as it starts to work in a little bit later on. No tornado warning for Southwest City, but you can see Southwest City is like right here. I mean, the warning banks up to it. So, I mean, you're on the edge of the tornado warning. Lacey, why isn't there a tornado watch for Northwest Arkansas? I think they want to, the Storm Prediction Center, they want to kind of see how ripe does this moisture or atmosphere, how ripe is it when these guys get in here? If it's still pretty ripe, something will be added in here. But also, here's another little factor, and I'll show you this. What's kind of helping Northwest Arkansas out a little bit. No, not really, because we're getting more development toward Muskogee. I would be shocked if Northwest Arkansas at least didn't get put into a severe thunderstorm watch, but most likely a tornado watch. But that may still be a couple hours to go. Let me see if the Storm Prediction Center's talking about it. They're not talking about it yet, so they're taking their good old sweet time, but they know what they're doing. Okay. Very loud. Everybody's mentioning how much the thunder and the lightning is. Everybody that is still in the red box is still under a tornado watch. The watch goes until 1 p.m. Will most likely cut some counties off depending on what it does along the front later on tonight. Now all you guys are talking about RVs. Okay, so let's go back here. Let's look at our tornado warning. And still, I mean, so this is where I said it may be trying to recycle. So, okay. The original, before I say this, I want to make sure I'm right. Yeah, kind of. Okay, so the original circulation was kind of tracked up through here. And then this on the south side has kind of developed. So that's still warranting the tornado warning. But there may be a little bit of something trying to kind of reappear here. Hang on here. Let's see here. Britt Stack says there's a ton of hail all over the roads and spots on the east edge of Joplin by Schiffer-Decker. And a lot of ponding on the roadways. So be careful for the flash flooding. But yeah, this may be trying to recycle a little bit out here as it is just to the northwest of Jay. But again, just something we want to really watch closely and see if it gets a little bit stronger. Let's see here. Shear. You can see, okay, so this really shows how broad this circulation is. Because you got strong winds here, you got strong winds down here, strong winds over here. So it may just be a very broad kind of rotating. But again, it may be trying to recycle. So let's watch it. But still, if you live, I mean, you can see Grand Lake here, a little town of Dennis. So all along this lake, especially Grove's pretty populated. A lot going on in Grove. Casinos too. So yeah, I would still go ahead and take shelter. Even though there's not one confirmed on the ground, and I'll double check that nobody's seeing anything here. Let me look at a couple things real quick. Okay. Yeah, so I mean, it's nighttime. There's chasers on it, but if you know Grand Lake, I mean, this is decently hilly-ish down here, and it's dark. So nobody's reporting anything on the ground, but there's still definitely something rotating. So let's watch it. But if you live in Grove, I would be just being safe and getting into your safe spot. Wherever it is, closet, bathroom, tub. But see, now, like you can see, the shear kind of shifted a little south. So, I mean, it's just kind of all over the place right now, which is good. That's a good sign, meaning that it is a very broad rotation and it's not well organized. And it is right over Xena right now. So let's watch that. Okay. Let's go back to the radar. So, and that's why I was talking about the recycling, because it makes me think, is something trying here? And this is kind of the original circulation, but is something trying up here? Are these guys fighting each other? So we're going to watch it and see what happens. But eventually, yeah, it's going to get into southwest Missouri well, it's moving pretty good. So here in about 15 minutes, 20 minutes. So we're going to start to really watch it. All right, so let's zoom out. Let me put this in motion for you. We're going to go over the last 30 minutes. You can see our tornado kind of weaken, but the signature is trying. It's trying to rotate. Oh, it is rotating, but it's trying to do something more productive that we don't want to see. All right, let's go back into Missouri, see what's going on. I know outside my house, it's gotten a little bit quieter. But we've had so much, I mean, look at all the lightning. So, man, this is over the past 30 minutes. Look at that. That's impressive. All those lightning strikes. But you can't see the radar. So many lightning strikes. But still, we're getting pretty moderate rains through Joplin. It's, again, we're dealing with a flash flooding issue. And I do want to look at that again, because that is an issue. Let's look at this. Let's go to totals for the past 12 hours. Ooh, is that a new severe thunderstorm warning? Yep, till 10:15. So we'll look at that here in a sec. But look at this rain. So Miami 2.6, Commerce 2.3, Galena 2.3, Webb City 2.3. I mean, that's a lot of rain in a very short period of time. So that's why we are seeing some flash flooding. All right, so severe thunderstorm warning. Let me get the latest on that. And this is going to be for 1-inch hail in winds at 60 miles per hour. No, 3/4 inch hail. So it's barely severe, but it is severe. So let's look at that. And we'll put a storm track on it. So severe thunderstorm warning. So this is Jasper County. You can see the yellow polygon. Carl Junction, Webb City, Joplin, Galena up toward Carthage, Jasper, Lamar, Golden City, up toward Greenfield. And again, winds at about 60 miles per hour and 3/4 inch size hail. So let's switch this back to radar here. And I mean, it's really kind of two clusters. Let's go ahead and loop this here. And these have been loud storms. So all these are doing are training over the same region. So all this is just going over the exact same location. So that means upstream, we could get some flash flooding as well. So as we look into southwest Missouri, so once you get from Jasper County up into Dade County, up toward Bolivar, Buffalo, we are going to see a whole line of flash flooding, because that whole line now is picking up 2 to 3 inches of rain. And let's see here. Let me check my mic. I just don't want to die on you guys. Man, this mic lasts forever. Okay, so moving over to the same location. Tornado warned area. Again, it's trying. It's trying to do its thing. It's trying to, I mean, this is good. We don't want to see anything like that. Let's see here. I mean, it's trying to get that circulation. Man, look at that. Okay, so thanks, Nick. TV's Nick Kelly's. He's been helping me out because I'm a one-man band here, so he helps me out. If you guys remember Nick Kelly, he's worked at KOAM for 10 years. Long time, but now he's at KY3 in Springfield. Look at that. So bow echo. So we're getting some winds here. 60 miles per hour. So pretty good bow echo. Moving into Webb City and Oronogo, Purcell, Alba. So all those areas, we're getting some pretty good winds. So you can see this kind of bowing back out. And again, kind of like the situation we had earlier near Lamar, you know, these bows, they get strong enough, then you start to get those winds at 70 to 75, and of course took down power lines in Lamar. So, and we'll look at power outages here in a bit too, but you got this bowing structure, so that's why we have this severe thunderstorm warning with those winds kicking in behind it, 60-ish, maybe 65, but if this bows out a little more, we may be talking about 70 mile per hour winds. Now the lightning outside my house, I live in Oronogo, it's picking up. So I think I just heard that guy. And so, I mean, the lightning strikes are starting to pick up. The winds are starting to pick up. So if we put a track on the bow, so let's do that. We're going to take this little guy. We're going to move him out. So it's a little bow, but I think he's going to get bigger. But you can see kind of where the strong winds are going. So up Carthage, Alba, Jasper, up into parts of Dade County once again. So Purcell 947. So we're tracking the bow. So it's 943. Purcell 947, Alba 949, Jasper at 10, Golden City at 10:18. So let's watch that. I want to go back and look at our tornado warning. See if I see anything new there. And still, I mean, it's still got a. It has this picked up a little bit, maybe. It's still a very broad rotation, but the shear on the inflow. Okay, so let me show you this. So I'm going to circle where kind of the rotation is. It's kind of like right in here. But if I go back here, and then if we look at the shear, notice how the winds are picking up ahead of this. So that's your inflow. That's pulling in that air and spinning things. So that may be a sign that this is picking up a little bit. So let's watch it. And you can see the new shear that's just updated. Look at this. So now you're starting to get inflow all the way back into here. And then see how you have it here? So you can almost see that circle. Very broad circulation. Trying hard, but let's hope it stays broad and fairly weak. But again, something we want to watch. But if you are in Grove, because Grove's fairly populated, I would be safe and at least be close to your safe spot. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but obviously this could drop something at any time. So yeah, we're going to watch it. All right, let's go back to our bow. Well, let's look at this. Let me change radar up. Yeah, I mean, pretty good circulation there. Okay, let's go back to Springfield radar. Thankfully, we haven't had too much hail, but we've had some wind damage for sure with those straight line winds. All right, so we still have our little bow. It's not like the Lamar bow that we had earlier, but little bow echo here. And that is producing some very gusty winds. So you can see our velocity here, storm relative. You can kind of pick out where the leading edge is. And then shear, you can pick out these little green blobs. So that's showing us where that bow echo is with those winds at about 60 miles per hour. So we want to keep watching that as it lifts off toward the north and to the east. Severe thunderstorm warning still firing from Bolivar to Buffalo to Camdenton, all the way up into the south side of the Lake of the Ozarks. And then we got, that one's almost done. So we got our tornado warning, we got our severe thunderstorm warning, and then just a lot of activity, a lot of loudness across the region. Let's see here. Round two is still, let me give you guys kind of a break down on round 2. Let me do this for you. Okay. Okay, so if we look at round 2, so here is 11 p.m. So in about an hour, that line is coming together. I don't think it's going to be quite as loud as this one, but we need to see if this gap here from 1 to 2 allows that atmosphere to destabilize just a little bit. So let me take you through time. So here's round 2. So this is about midnight through Kansas City, Chanute, Yates Center, back toward Bartlesville. And then here we're still looking at round 1, Springfield, Northwest Arkansas. Just slowly moseying along off toward the east. Now from central Missouri, southeast Kansas, all the way back through north Tulsa gets into it again. So that's about 1 p.m. Usually this is a little faster than what the clock says. So I would say this is probably 1:30-ish as round 2 gets back into Joplin. And then kind of all comes together once it gets to Springfield at about 4 a.m. It's a ways. We got a ways to go for sure. All right, let me switch this up again here. Go back here. Okay, we still got our severe thunderstorm warning, Jasper County. And hang on 1 second, guys. I'm gonna get a drink here. Okay, let me check on the warning. See anything new? National Weather Service in Springfield, they're kind of eyeing the Delaware County tornado warning to see what they want to do for McDonald County, because McDonald County is kind of next. So that's what kind of starting to focus on there for sure. Main threat now in Joplin is flash flooding. And then, of course, we still have our severe thunderstorm warning, but our bow looks to have weakened a little bit. Oh, no, it's still kind of there. So it's approaching I-49. So you can see it right in here. So we're still getting that bow echo. We're still getting those winds at about 60 miles per hour as it lifts north, almost northeast. Oh, well, it is northeast. So it's going to be pushing through Jasper shortly. Golden City as well. You guys are right behind it. Everything else is very messy. I mean, north of Willard, all the way back through Dade County, it's just messy. And then, I mean, here's the big break. Not much going on the Kansas side. Stretching all the way back to north central Oklahoma. Nothing going on. And then the whole area that hadn't seen anything from Springfield, Republic, Ozark, Branson, Aurora, Monette, Cassville, Table Rock, Northwest Arkansas. Nobody's seen anything, but things are starting to pick up. At least we're not seeing, at least we haven't seen more tornado warnings, which is good because it's been a very active night back through Oklahoma. All right, let's look at this. Let's see what our guy in Delaware County is doing. And just south of Grove, we can still see where that rotation is. It's still broad, still messy, but it's there. I mean, you can see the bright green here, so just south of Grove. So if you are in Grove, go ahead and stay in your safe spot. But just south of Grove, and it's still messy. So we want to watch that. Let's look at the shear. You can see the winds are fairly strong. So something's going on there. Nothing confirmed on the ground, which is good, but something is going on there. And if we look at the shear over the past hour, you can see it's not as strong as what it was back to the south and to the west. But once it got into Delaware County, I mean, it was a confirmed tornado on the ground for a long time. Things have gotten much better. But Look at this. I mean, it's almost like a rain wrap circulation, even though it's not technically a tornado because it's not on the ground. Low level rotation, but it's trying. It's trying to do something. So we want to watch that. And that's why I was talking about McDonald County, which is the next county over here in southwest Missouri. The National Weather Service is trying to figure out if they want to issue a tornado warning in McDonald County because they're seeing the weakening signature. So that's why they're kind of waiting to pull the trigger, and they will continue to as well. Let's see here. Yeah, Nick Kelly, he said Springfield's on the fence of putting a tour out for McDonald County, saying they were watching it closely, and it seems to be cycling. So yeah, everything that we've been talking about. So we're going to watch it. But again, if you're in north central Delaware or northeastern Delaware, go ahead and stay in your safe spot. And then if you are in Southwest City, Knoll, Anderson, Pineville, just be watching it. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens as it continues to kick out. We got more storms back toward Pryor as well with severe thunderstorm warnings. And then if we go back toward Joplin, it's a little calmer outside my house right now, which is good. It's been definitely very loud. You can still see our warnings. So, just kind of following in a line, Jasper County, Eastern Barton, and then into Dade County. And let's see here. And we still have our little tiny bow echo, which is, I looped this over the past 30 minutes. You can see our little tiny bow echo kind of right up toward Jasper, right along I-49. So we're still getting those winds kind of kicking in there, 55, 60-ish miles per hour. So right along I-49. And remember, I read that report earlier. There was a semi on its side from one of these little bow echoes that moved through Lamar earlier. Now, granted, it was much stronger. It was 70, 75, maybe pushing 80. But it was still moving pretty good. But very heavy amounts of rain, of course. Let's look at the lightning, see if it's trending up or down. It looks like it's trending down over the past 30 minutes. Yeah, it's not quite, there's still some lightning bolts through Joplin and still eastern Jasper, but the lightning overall has trended down a little bit, which means maybe there's a little sign of this whole area kind of weakening just a bit. Look at that big bow north of Buffalo toward Camdenton. So Buffalo up toward Camdenton. Still getting those very strong winds out there. Springfield, Willard, Republic, still haven't seen anything. Guys still dry. But look at all the lightning down here. Northeastern Oklahoma. This is really lighting up. And then I guarantee I know what that is. Oh, very close. A lightning strike way out there. That is most likely offset a little bit at the KOM tower. But yeah, very electric storms across the region. But again, no new warnings right now. Let me get the latest on our past warnings. Let's see. Flash flood warning for Joplin, and that is because of 2 to 3 inches of rain over the past couple hours. So flash flood warning in Joplin. And guys, as you guys know, especially when you get kind of 7th and Indiana. It gets kind of floody down there. The city's done a lot better job of fixing that, but still there's a lot of flooding in those low-lying areas. So if you are going to be driving, watch out for that. Let me check these newest thing on tornado warning. Still, it's a radar indicated tornado warning in Delaware County, so nothing new on that, which is good. It may be cycling, but we'll continue to kind of watch that. But flash flood warning in Joplin, that means, yeah, rainfall amounts 2 to 3 inches. Still have our little bow just east of Jasper, but now see how our little bow is kind of merging with this stuff, so that's just going to wipe it out. So that will calm the winds down a little bit as it goes toward Golden City. I'll put this in motion. I'm going to look through some of your guys' comments here. Zoom out here a little bit. Let's let this loop. Yep, I just got a text. Flash flood warning. Okay. All right. I had to switch mics. Let's see. You guys will have to let me know. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. So that means I need to put a mic on a charger. Can you hear anything now? Let me know. If not, I'll restart the stream. I may have to reset the mic. Let's see here. No sound on Roku. Welcome back. Okay. Yeah, so my mic, it's been running for a while. So I put him on the charger, so I had to switch to the other one. But sometimes when a mic dies, you have to kind of stop the stream and restart it to let it set. But it looks like we're good. Okay. So we got a new tornado warning now. So this is McDonald County. And I want to read the latest on it. It's still radar indicated, quarter size hail. It's moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. And so again, we still got a rotation, but let's go ahead and we're going to get in on here. So let's look at the velocity. We're going to put this, stop this. So it's still right on the south side of Grove, just southeast of Grove. So if you guys are in Grove, stay in your shelter. You can kind of see you got this bright red and you got a little bit green. So it's still broad circulation here, but it is pushing into western parts of McDonald County. Still radar confirmed tornado, radar indicated tornado. Let's see here. And thanks for the 18 people that just texted me and said, I can hear you on your mic. I actually do appreciate that. Okay, so it's still very broad circulation. But this is moving into McDonald County. So if we look, who is in line here? So it's north of Southwest City. So we're looking at Tiff City, little town of Hartcoy, Anderson, Knoll, Pineville. Those areas kind of have the better shot for this circulation to get in. And let me remind you, nothing is on the ground, but still, it is definitely something that you want to take seriously and go ahead and get into your safe spot as it continues to push off toward the east. Sheer, you can still see most of the rotation, kind of southeast of Grove. Grove, hang in there, hang tight for another few more minutes, and then things will get much better. All right, let's see. Okay, but still, the rotation's not like super strong, but again, it's enough to warrant a tornado warning. Let's go back to the radar here, and you can see where that couplet is. And so if I go back over the past 30 minutes, I mean, it's very sloppy. So it's like the storm wants to produce a tornado and it just can't get its act together. But we kind of have two areas that we kind of want to watch, and that's why the circulation is so broad. So you got kind of this guy here, you got a little something back here. So it's a very broad rotation southeast of Grove. But again, we want to take it seriously because this is the storm, or one of the storms, that produced a very large tornado in the Tulsa metro a couple hours ago. So it has the history of doing it. So we need to definitely keep our eyes on that. Okay. Let me zoom out. So again, let me put a storm track on that just so you guys know here. We're going to put a storm track on the very broad circulation. So like the center of the circulation. And we're going to take him out, and he is moving at about 40 miles per hour. So that would put the cone obviously spreads out, cone of uncertainty. But this would put it at Anderson at 10:22, Pineville at 10:26, and it's 10:02 right now. So you got about 20 minutes, and we want to watch it. And of course, we don't want this thing to strengthen. Now, I put it from the center of the circulation. If this guy out front can get its act together, time frame. Goodman 10:30, Newtonia 10:52, and then eventually Wheaton here in about 55 minutes or so. But all these pushing off toward the north and to the east. So that is the new tornado warning in the western half of McDonald County. Let me zoom out here. Interesting cell, still storm kind of coming together in Joplin. I want to switch the radar on that. And let's look at that. Let me put it in motion over the past 30 minutes. You can see this storm kind of forming on the west side of Neosho, so pushing through Seneca right now. So this guy kind of coming together a little bit as it pushes through northern Newton County. Another one we want to watch because it is moving into very favorable environments. As we go farther north, you can see our severe thunderstorm warning. Northern Jasper County it's kind of weakened. I mean, the bow got dispersed through all of the energy, but my gosh, the thunder and lightning has been pretty crazy. Still a lot of very electric storms out there. And then as we continue farther north, the original bow echo that moved, I mean, really it started back near Pittsburgh. Look at this. I mean, it's been booking off toward the east and is going to continue to do so. Okay. Nick Kelly, meteorologist Nick Kelly, he did say there were some power flashes that were reported east of Grove. So that is something we want to watch. Of course, power flashes mean that could have a brief touchdown, obviously takes down power lines, but for us meteorologists, it's a very good sign that possibly something could be on the ground. So let's go back and look at this here. Okay, velocity. It's still very broad. It looks like that it tried to, okay, so you remember how the rotation kind of jumped here. You remember it was just southwest of Grove, and it looks like now that chunk is kind of taking more control. Yep. So right around Tiff City, you can see it kind of lighting up. The brighter green here. So this whole storm has recycled a bit. So it kind of jumped from here to here, the center of circulation. So that's going to be interesting. It looks like it is strengthened just a bit. You can see the shear markers now. So Grove, you guys are in the clear of the tornadic part of the storm, or the rotating part of the storm. So yeah, the shears picked up a little bit just outside of Tiff City. So if you guys are Tiff City, over toward, I would say Anderson and Goodman, you guys definitely want to go ahead and get in your shelter as this could be strengthening just a bit. Let me see if I see anything new on this. Okay. So yeah, let's watch that. Let's see if it gets its act together a little bit more. Hopefully it does not. It's still something we want to keep our eyes on. But you can see the velocity signature and now the radar signature. Still very heavy amounts of rain back through Grove, Bernice, and then all the way down through northeastern Oklahoma. All right, so we're going to watch that. Let's go back into Missouri and see what's going on here. Strong thunderstorm through Newton County, just west of Neosho, just south of Carthage. And then I think this severe thunderstorm warning, that will be able to expire here soon, which will be good. All right, tornado warning. Let's go ahead and put a track on this again. Let's see what my skits are doing here. See what that guy says. 36 miles per hour. Okay, gotcha. Okay, we're going to put it on the... Let me get that skit off here real quick. Oh my gosh, I'm getting boxes everywhere. Okay. Rotating part of the storm. And it does look like, at least on the radar signature, that it is picking up a little bit. New skit, Goodman, 1030. Let's see here. Moving northeast at 36. BTI, remember that BTI again. Barron Tornado Index, big tornado index. It's at 3.0. When usually it hits about that 4, that's when we want to kind of start to really watch it. But let me redo the storm track because I messed that up. All right, so we're going to go from right about here. We're going to pull it out about 40 miles per hour. So we're looking at Goodman, 1026. It's 1007. Granby, 1046. A lot of very small towns out here, and we'll have to see if it even holds together when you get over toward Granby, Newtonia, and Wheaton, Missouri. Neosho, you guys are kind of right on that north side. So, but yeah, let's watch it. But it does look like the circulation's trying to pick up just a little bit. Maybe. So we're going to watch it. Storm relative. Let's just keep our eyes on this. Right around Tipp City. Let me go in and see some of your guys' comments here. The rotating part of the storm is staying north of Knoll, guys. Even though you are technically in the tornado warning polygon, the rotation is northwest of you. So you are safe to not get in your safe spot as of right now, but obviously a lot of things can change. Let's see. Logan, as far as I know, I haven't had any reports of anything on the ground with this, but again, we're watching it. It doesn't look like it's on the ground. I mean, I haven't even pulled out the debris because there just hasn't been anything on the ground. I mean, if we look at the debris, it's not really showing anything here. So, but like I said, meteorologist Nick Kelly, he mentioned that there were some reports of some power flashes on the east side of Grove. So that's why we want to take it seriously. It's right on top of Tipp City right now. We're going to continue to watch it. All right, let me go back through some comments. Oswego, yeah, you guys are in the break. If it's not raining at your house, you're in the break. Unless if you're in extreme southwestern Missouri where you haven't even gotten storms yet, or the lull. Okay, Michelle says sirens are going off in Knoll, which they should be because you guys are in the polygon at the bottom, but still the circulation is well northwest of you. Let's see here. Scroll down a little bit. No, Neosho, there's no reason you guys need to take shelter at this time, but we want to watch it, but it's still a ways away. But yeah, we want to watch it, but there's no reason to take shelter at this point in time. Let's see here. Shelby, you're in Tipp City right now. Let us know what it's like there in a couple minutes as it passes by. If the winds were super strong, I can hear the rolling thunder. I mean, these have been super electric storms. Exeter, you guys are still ways away. I mean, Exeter, Cassville, Seligman, you guys still got some time before some of these storms get in here. Same thing, Amy, Monette, you still got a little bit of time before these storms get in here. Southeast Kansas, Carrie, you guys are in the lull. Sam, yes, the storm itself is heading toward Neosho, but the rotating part looks like it's staying just south of Neosho. Let's see if anything is kind of picked up a little bit on here. I mean, signature looks about the same. It still looks kind of broad, but you know, it looks like it's probably just a hair east of Tiff City, but definitely could be trying to recycle. I mean, look at this little notch here. I mean, you can almost see how the winds are thinking. See the little curl here. So yeah, we take it seriously. It's now in western parts of McDonald County. So Grand Lake, you guys are out of that rotating part of the cell. But again, anywhere on the south side of this cluster will have a potential anywhere around here to have something spin up. The atmosphere's pretty unstable through that part. Let's see here. And then besides that, let's quickly, we still have our severe thunderstorm warning in northeastern Jasper. That's due to expire in 3 minutes, so that guy's going to be gone. So really the only warning we have is this tornado warning right now. Let's look back downstream. A lot of thunderstorms, not a lot of severe actions, mainly this one guy here. He kind of, I mean, ever since it hit Delaware County, it went from confirmed tornado to radar indicated, maybe some brief touchdowns. It's been trying. The last radar scans, it's trying really hard to get its act together. Thankfully, it's hesitating. Let me switch up radars here. And I mean, it's trying to. It's got that little inflow notch, storm relative. It's very messy. I think I had a better shot with it on the Tulsa radar here. So yeah, it's very messy. I'm almost equal distance from Springfield and Tulsa radar. We're kind of right in the middle, so we're sweeping pretty high. We're sweeping 5,000 feet here, so maybe 4,000 feet. So it's pretty hard to kind of see this storm. But right now, we still got the tornado warning on it. Oh, let me see if I see anything new here. So I'm reading, guys. I'm not going away. Okay. So good news, bad news. The instability behind this big cluster, the atmosphere is recovering pretty quickly. That's bad news because that means that the next line could have a pretty good punch. But hopefully the line slowly gets its act together and moves through much, much quicker because it's a cold front. Cold front, they move. These type of storms, these are like, they're training, going over the exact same location. So they're just really big rainmakers. It looks a little weaker on this last scan. I mean, you can still see the notch northwest of Anderson. So from Coy to Anderson to Goodman, go ahead and still take shelter. Tiff City, you guys are now on the backside of the rotation. But let's get a different radar look on it. It looks a little better from the Springfield radar. It looks still a little more organized, but that scan may be just a hair older. So looking at the velocity, it's trying. I mean, there's definitely low level rotation. It's not on the ground right now. So it's pretty weak, but it's enough to warrant a tornado warning. All right, let me look through a few comments. Guys, so a lot of people are asking, can you go to bed? You guys can go to bed. That's why I told you, if you want, you can get the weather call. You're going to scroll back. I haven't been able to post the link since the app. Force your phone awake. Now, a severe threat? We do. decision. So bed spank that we break an hour or so that not maybe something's not going on in the area, but we will see. If we can get rid of tornado warnings, we can take a little break, but this guy's just been going for a while. Let's see here. Read through some of these comments. All right, so let's see here. Nothing new on this. Guys, as I've been saying here in McDonald County, here's the warning. Here's where you should be taking shelter. Goodman to Anderson. We're watching the rotation right here. I was looking through some of the comments. A lot of you guys get very irritated if I'm not talking about the exact thing you want to know right at that point in time. But you're not the only person in the area. We got a lot of people here, so we're covering a lot of things. But we still have our rotation right in here. So again, I'll zoom in on this so you know who should be in their shelter. Again, nothing's on the ground, but we are looking from Goodman to Anderson. You guys are in line, so that is I-49. So we want to watch that. The signature isn't overly impressive. We don't have anything on the ground, but we do have a rotation here. So that is what is warranting the tornado warning. There's a new scan. Looks a little messier. Still has that little notch. Well, let's look at it. It's just west of Goodman. It's messy. It's a little bit of shear. So really, if you want to look right here, this is right where your rotation is. So if you're in Goodman, you need to go ahead and get in your shelter, even though this is a weaker circulation. Hence why there's no other tornado warning out farther east than this point, but still enough that it's radar indicated tornado warning. So we're going to watch it and always treat it like it is on the ground. So if we put a track on it and it's actually moving kind of northeast, and then I'll have to widen this. So if this could hold together, we are looking at Goodman in a couple minutes, Newtonia, 1046, Fairview, at 1051, Wheaton at 1052, and then behind it you got Monette, you got Purdy, you got Stott City. So that is where this tornado is going. Again, it is radar indicated. Haven't seen any indication that it's on the ground for quite some time, but we want to treat it seriously as it continues to push off toward the north end to the east into southeastern parts of Newton County. So yeah, let me see if there's anything new on it. Hunter, yes. Tip City, it is past you. Kelsey, yes. The tornado, the one that near Grove, that is past you. It doesn't mean the tornado threat is completely gone. John says there's some power out in Grove. Amanda, yes, Grove is okay now, but you guys may have had a brief touchdown. So that's what we're kind of still trying to figure out. Okay, so there's 78-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Meteorologist Nick Kelly, right where that tornado warning is. So there's something going on there. It's just we don't know if something's on the ground, if we're talking some straight line winds, but yeah, definitely something going on there. So Goodman, you guys get in your shelter right now as this passes by. Really in the next minute or two, couple minutes, it is going to pass by. It'll be interesting to see if this tornado warning gets extended. Something's going to get extended because when you're getting winds gusting 70 to 80 miles per hour, something's going to fire off, at least a severe thunderstorm warning. But I assume if the circulation can somewhat hold that, yep, there's a new tornado warning. All right. So let's look at this. Let's take the track off. So this does include Neosho. Let me read up on it. Okay. All right, so it's moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. It's still radar indicated, so we haven't seen anything that has gotten any more beefier, but it's right on top of Goodman right now. And we're going to go back, radar, and it's moving northeast. So if you think about this track of where it has gone, I'm not actually putting a storm track. I just want you to see the arrow. So let's see here. Okay, so if we went from like Grove to Goodman, so it's kind of right in here. So, I mean, Neosho would be on the north side of this rotation, so would Granby, but that's kind of the general direction that it is tracking. But, so we have our couplet right on top of Goodman. Again, if you're in the polygon, if you're in this red, I shouldn't have to tell you to take shelter. I'm trying to pinpoint the most critical areas that should be in their shelter. But if you are in the tornado warned polygon, definitely go ahead and take shelter. That does include Neosho. That does include Goodman, as it's on you right now. Granby, Newtonia, Diamond, you guys are kind of right on that northern edge. Fairview, Wheaton, we're looking a little down the road. But if we zoom in, I'm waiting for a new radar scan. It's got to be coming through here in a second. Let's see here. Right on top of Goodman. It's still there. For the east northeast. Anything on debris much, but still. Usually something on the ground, it really sticks out at you. But again, our right on top of Goodman. So we're northern parts of into Newton is your tornado warning that we want to continue to watch. Let me throw back on the radar, and it looks messier or not smaller. It looks like it's having a hard time, but also we may start to see something a little farther south as well. And we got a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is Delaware County, so this is back through Grand Lake Grove down toward Jay. This is severe thunderstorm warning. Not tornado this time around, which is good for you guys, but it's still pretty unstable. Southern parts of Delaware County, and then eventually getting into Benton County. Finally, guys, Northwest Arkansas, you guys got added in to the tornado watch party till 4 a.m. So you guys are part of that group now. And then Missouri side until 1 a.m. But the reason you guys in Northwest Arkansas got added in is because all this mess that is kicking out of northeastern parts of Oklahoma. All right, let's track a little farther north. All right, so if we go back into our tornado warning, so the signature, I got to go back to a closer radar here. It's there. You can see our little notch right in here. So there's still something here. It just looks much broader, much weaker, but still enough to warrant a tornado warning. Let's go ahead and we're going to look at the velocity, and then we'll look at where is it going again. So kind of where I marked it, that's right where we are seeing that circulation. Let's change up to another velocity, kind of right in there. And then if we pull out our shear, you can see where the wind is. So it's right there, right on top of Goodman, maybe just on the northeast side. And lifting off toward the north and to the east, moving at about 40 miles per hour. So let's see if there's any skits on it. We got that old skit. Granby, shear 57.5 miles per hour. And of course, there's been some higher ones, as I've mentioned a little bit earlier. So yeah, I mean, it's a big storm. BTI, big tornado index. It's at 3.0 on a scale of 1 to 10. So it's on the, once it hits about that 4, that's when we really start to get pretty concerned about that. So we're going to watch that here. Up toward Joplin right now, guys. This is the main severe thunderstorm. Up toward Joplin, it's just showers and thunderstorms. I know it's loud, and we can look at it real quick. But there's nothing severe in the metro right now. Turn that off. You can see the east side of Joplin. We do have this kind of brownish box, which is kind of an alert for a very strong storm, but just below severe limits. We still have our severe thunderstorm warning for winds at 60 miles per hour. Once you get up into Dade County, and then up into Cedar County, these are moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. Lockwood, Greenfield, Dadeville, but these are severe thunderstorm, just big boys with winds at 60 and some quarter-size hail. Main storm watching, of course, is down through southern parts of Newton County. I'm going to find one thing here. Hang on one second. I'm going to get one thing pulled up here so I can see it in the background. It drives me crazy that my Roku TVs, they like time out. So I got to reset them, but I need to be able to see what I need to see. Oh, come on. Hang on, guys. Almost there. Okay. Okay, so we're still looking at our tornado warned cell. So again, the rotation here, it's weak. I mean, you can see this little notch. It's right in here. It's northeast side of Goodman, and it is tracking off toward the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. A lot of little towns out here. So let's get a look at some of them. And I'm gonna put this track, drag it out almost. I mean, it's moving at about 40. So if we look at these little guys, Granby at 1046, Newtonia at 1048. We have Pierce City, which is way out here as well. But you got all these little towns ahead of it. Boulder City, Sweetwater, up toward Granby. So you guys are kind of next in line. You guys are the ones that want to go ahead and get into your safe spot. This is still warrants a tornado warning. There's nothing on the ground at this point in time, but it doesn't mean that we can't see something drop. See the latest. I want to see the latest on our velocity. Okay, so you can see it's just northeast of Goodman, just south of Neosho. So you Neosho people, you guys probably want to go ahead and get in your shelter as well, even though you guys are on the northern side of it, but you are in the polygon. It's still broad circulation. Let me pull out the shear. You can see how broad it is because you got these kind of green marks from Neosho all the way down to here. So it's very broad circulation, but again, can drop a tornado at any time. So go ahead and take shelter. And if we zoom in, we are looking at Sweetwater, Boulder City, up toward Granby. So a lot of areas that we want to kind of keep our eyes on. Let's see if it's enough to get my little circles going. I don't think it's going to be. No. See, the lightning's still a lot of lightning. So very loud storm. Newton County into northwestern parts of McDonald County. But the circulation is technically just northeast of Goodman. So it doesn't mean that Goodman people, you guys should get out of your safe spot, but it does definitely look like it is passing you guys by. Let's go ahead. Next scan here. Still, we're looking at this little notch. So now we're looking for little Sweetwater and then a little Boulder City. You got Stella down here. So it's these small little towns right in here. That is right where our rotation is right now. Here's Goodman. So you guys are on the back side of it now. So it's a few miles to the north and to the east of you. Because this is a new radar scan. See if we got anything. I mean, velocity looks weak. There's a little bit. Again, it's enough to warrant a tornado warning. It's just not quite strong enough to get that on the ground right now. Let's look at the shear again. And it's very broad. Hail. There's a lot of hail in this. Look at this. So a lot of, it's been like 3/4 of an inch to an inch size hail. So there's been hail, quite a bit of hail going through with this, about 1 inch size hail. Let's see here. Still our tornado warning. Tornado warning goes till 11 p.m. So that's 29 minutes away. We'll see if it can hold that signature for all 29 minutes. And just north of that, we have our strong storm, in a sense, strong storm advisory. And we still have our severe thunderstorm warning, which is across parts of Dade and also Cedar County. But the training, going over the exact same spots. Trenton skits off. All right. Still, we have, I do. Yeah. Anything would be fine. Still this little notch, so that's what's warranting that tornado warning. Again, next in line, you got Granby, you got Newtonia, you got Fairview, Wheaton, you're on the south side. Right in here, it's not super impressive. It's enough to warrant that tornado warning, but it's not something that is just glaring at you saying, hey, that's on the ground. Thankfully, it is not. I'm looking back through some reports here to see if they got any chasers on this. Yeah, not a lot of eyeballs on this. So, but thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. My throat's hurting. So, not a lot of eyeballs on this. But at least we aren't seeing anything on the ground right now. All right, so we're still looking into this notch right in here. I'll pull out velocity again, see if we're seeing any changes on this. And guys, with all the hail that we have seen, I mean, if you guys have had pretty big hail, make sure you hit up Bridgewater tomorrow. Those boys will take care of you. And we're using the TAMCO radar. Thank you to all the sponsors. You guys allow me to do what I am doing. All right, new little skit here. Neosho 1042. So that is in about 8 minutes. Granby 1053. It's moving northeast at 38. And that one went away. But still, it's very broad. It's still trying to do something. It's just very disorganized. A little bit of shear. So south side of Neosho, kind of really from Neosho, south about 2 or 3, 4 miles south of Neosho. Let me broaden out here and see if there's, okay, so new severe thunderstorm warning. Delaware County, this is until 11. Let's see here. Let's look at that. See what's going on there. Let me get the latest on that. All right, so in Delaware County, this is for 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So it's what we call low-grade severe weather, but still severe. So we want to watch it. This is moving northeast at 35 to 40 miles per hour. So again, this is why we've had the flash flooding, because these storms are tracking right over the same area. So this cluster moves right back into McDonald County, right on into Newton County. And then Monette, you guys start to get in the action here in about 30 to 45 minutes. You guys have been quiet so far. All right, so we got that severe thunderstorm warning, very heavy rain, winds at about 60, Grove to Jay once again, and then stretches all the way into southern parts of Delaware County. As we look at our tornado warning, latest scans, very unimpressed. Not that I want to be impressed, but you know what I mean. It doesn't look near as organized. It's that little guy, that little tiny notch. So still Granby, Newtonia. So now we're talking just east, just a jaunt south and east of Neosho, but Granby, Newtonia, Fairview, you guys are kind of next in line, but whew, this doesn't look too bad. Let's look at the latest velocity. It's very broad. Storm relative, very broad. Shear, very broad. Debris. Yeah, so I think this has mainly kind of lost most of its structure, but we're going to watch it and see what happens as it gets into eastern Newton County. If it can pick up, recycle that just a little bit. If it can do that, then we'll see an extension to this warning. And of course, Monet's pretty populated, so we want to watch that. So that's kind of next in line, is going to be over toward Monette, and then you got Pierce City as well. All right, let me see the latest on the skit. Northeast at 41. Hail's smaller. It's about half-inch size hail. BTI, guys, has dropped 2.6. It was at 3.0. Big tornado index. So that's good. Okay, so, but still, it has that little tiny notch on the front edge. So we're going to watch it. Still our strong thunderstorm, eastern parts of Jasper County. Let's see what the lightning's doing. Still a lot of lightning out there. It's calmed down a little bit. This south part of the storm, let me turn off lightning real quick. Looks like it kind of wants to try to maybe start to bow out a little bit. So we'll see what that wants to do. But, you know, it just can't get that eastward progression because they're moving from southwest to northeast. So that's good news. But, I mean, I know we've had a couple bows that have produced some very strong winds up toward Lamar earlier, but we haven't seen a lot of bow echoes because of the way these storms are propagating. Okay, let's see here. Still have our severe thunderstorm warning. So northwest of Springfield. So we are looking Dade County. Zoom in on this. Here, Greenfield. Moving northeast at 36. Hail's a little small, but the winds, you know, kind of near 60 miles per hour. So it still warrants that severe thunderstorm warning. Thank you. My throat's hurting. I've been talking a long time. So my wife got me coffee. Make sure that doesn't spill. Okay. And then let's see, latest on tornado warning. It's trying. I mean, you can see the little notch here. It's trying right in here. So we're going to continue to watch it. Newtonia, go ahead, take shelter. It's Granby, I would anyways. And then eastern parts of Newton County. All right, let me go back through some of these comments here. These are flying by so fast, can't even read them. Let's see here. Neosho, you guys are clear of the rotating part of the storm, but you still have, even though you're still kind of in the polygon, you still have very heavy rains, all that wonderful jazz. Melissa said, lights kind of flickering in Webb. Heaviest is out of there, but we still got another line later on tonight. Let's see here. I've seen a lot of Carthage being out of power. Okay, so we still got our little circulation. Let me look at the latest skit here. Granby passing by, Pierce City 1056, Monette 1059, Mount Vernon 1109. Picking up a little steam. It says northeast at 64. I doubt it's that fast. BTI's at 2.2, which is good. So we're still looking good there. Let me go ahead and pull out the velocity real quick. We'll see if it is rotating very much or not. I mean, you can see where my circle is, but a little bit, not a ton. Let's go to storm relative. Not too impressive. Shear, still kind of see where that's at. So east of Neosho and Aries in line next would be kind of Pier City Monette if it can hold together. So we're going to watch that. Let's see what so many people are talking about being out of power. So let's look at this. So yeah, I mean, several hundred people out without power in Jasper County. And then, you know, less than 100 in all these counties. Lamar still may be more than 100. Several hundred people, maybe thousands, out of power in Delaware County. And then you can see how it stretches all the way back toward Tulsa. So, yeah, power outages are going. Definitely. All right. Until this warning gets out of here, let's watch them. Okay, the couplet style. I mean, okay, so I'm going to loop this over the past 30 minutes. And you're going to see that it held a nice little structure out of Grove, and then now it's pretty much, it's gone. It's mainly into a complex of storms. So the rotation is almost gone out of that. Unless if we see it recycle. Let me look at the latest. Let's see if I see anything alarming. Yeah, National Weather Service on board. The rotation is pretty much So unless if there's a big uptick here, I do not think this is going to be reissued as it goes into Berry and also Lawrence County. But we're going to watch it. Okay. What else is going on? What about second line here? Pull out the Wichita radar. Not a lot forming along the line. I mean, you can see it kind of getting going north central parts of Oklahoma back toward Ponca City. But I'm not seeing any severe thunderstorm warnings or anything on there. So we'll have to see if that ticks up. Yep. It's kind of good. So I told you guys, meteorologist, I call him TV's Nick Kelly. He's at KY3 now in Springfield, but we're still good friends. So he's been texting me, giving me stuff behind the scenes. So it's kind of good to work with him again. Okay, so the line back toward the west, at least we're not seeing any warnings, but we may see an uptick. So hopefully we're going to get a little bit of a break here and maybe have a period that we don't have any warnings. That would be nice. Okay, so we're going to see this tornado warnings out until 11. It's 10:44. But we're going to see it because the rotation is so much weaker. I want to see what they do if they just let it expire or what we're going to do on that. Because it's going to have to uptick quite a bit. But, I mean, the original rotation's like on top of Newtonia right now. I mean, you still want to treat it like it is a tornado warning. You can see our little green blob. So we still want to treat this as a tornado warning because it is a tornado warning. It's just a weakening one, which is good. But still, little town of Ritchie, Newtonia, down to Fairview, very eastern part of Newton County, stay in your shelter. Nothing on the ground, could still reorganize very quickly. So we want to watch that. And we'll see what kind of happens with that. I'm going to go back through some of your guys' comments here. Let's see here. The next round, when it hit Joplin until about 1 to 3. I haven't had an opportunity to really kind of dig into that line and look at how much we're going to destabilize behind this band. So if I can get a little break here, if we can get these guys to tick down just a little bit, then I'll be able to kind of dig into that. We still have, as you can see, our severe thunderstorm warning for winds at 60 miles per hour, quarter-size hail, Delaware County, a sliver of Ottawa. And then we still have severe thunderstorm warnings, southwest Missouri. This, again, is mainly for quarter-size hail and winds at 60. So here's Berry County, here's Lawrence, here's Dade County, up toward Bolivar, kind of clipping the northwest side of Springfield. Lower grade severe storms, but of course it's severe, so you got to take it seriously. And then we have our tornado warning, eastern parts of Newton County, but as I've mentioned, the rotation is a lot weaker. You can see a little green blob southeast of Granby. Here's why we have the severe thunderstorm warning near Miller. You can see the straight line winds rotating right through, moving right into Miller right now. And the rotation now southeast of Newtonia. So let's watch it and see if anything else tries to pop up on the little eastern edge of that line as it continues to work east. Monette, right now, you guys are kind of, it's coming in. I don't see anything tornadic right now, but it's racing toward you. So probably winds at 60, quarter-size hail. So, and it's coming toward you here pretty quick. Nevada's good right now. Meteorologist Nick Kelly just said that tornado warning is going to be canceled because it's gone, and replacement severe thunderstorm warning. But that's going to include Monette. So Monette, Pierce City, you guys are going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning, and I'm going to assume it's going to be winds 60 to 65, and there's probably some quarter-size hail in there. Yes, Neosho, you guys are on the backside of this storm. You guys are all good. And Neosho, again, the warning in Neosho is going to be canceled here very shortly and be replaced by a severe thunderstorm warning. Probably it'll be east of Neosho though, so it won't include. Carthage looking good. Joplin looking good right now. We're all in the break, in the lull. So Joplin, Metro, you guys are in the lull or the break that we're going to see over the next few hours. Springfield, things are starting to finally pick up. You can see the storms getting into the northwest side of Springfield as this sector, west of Mount Vernon, west of Monette, it's going to drive in Springfield. So over the next 30 minutes, Springfield's going to light up a little bit more. Okay. I'm going to go through a few more of these questions here. No tornado warning in Sarcoxy. No. Pretty good storms have been rolling through. All right, so let's go back and kind of tour here. I'm going to turn on lightning, see if these have ticked up or ticked down, but you can still see a lot of lightning out there. All these storms kind of now along and south of I-44, so they're shifting farther south. Still pretty good storms. We are looking into Delaware County, new severe thunderstorms coming out of Tahlequah. So these guys now are going to get into northwest Arkansas. You guys are really going to get into the action. And northwest Arkansas, Bella Vista, Bentonville, Rogers, Springdale, Fayetteville, up toward Berryville, and then Table Rock, Branson. It's still pretty unstable. So as these drive in, we are going to have that tornado threat continuing, hence why the tornado watch is out until about 4 o'clock in the morning on the Arkansas side. Missouri side is until 1 o'clock in the morning. Look at this new severe thunderstorm warning. That is, that looks like my drawing skills. National Weather Service in Springfield, they're trying to make this easy because you can see that this is all just going to swing through. But very intense winds. This is until 11:30. So this includes Monette, Pierce City. So let me zoom in. Monette, Pierce City, Verona, Aurora, Wheaton, Purdy, kind of right by Cassville, all the way up toward Crane, just north of Galena, and then into the southwest side of Springfield. So Republic, Willard, Springfield proper, all the way up to Fair Grove. So, and I'm going to get the latest on this, the exact. Let's see if the winds are picking up a little bit here. I'm reading here, guys. Give me a second. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, this is pretty standard. 3/4 inch hail, and we are seeing winds at about 60 miles per hour. But we're going to have to watch this and see if anything else can develop along this line, or if we get any more little tiny spin ups as these continue to work off toward the north and to the east. Tornado warning. Yes, I know you still see the box. Let me take off lightning, but that is done with. It will disappear at 11 o'clock, but it has been canceled and replaced with a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you are still in your safe spot in eastern Newton County, you can come on out. It's going to be loud, and it's still a severe thunderstorm, but the rotation part of the storm, that is gone. So that is good news. Let's see what's going on in Oklahoma. Well, let's go north a little bit. We haven't gone up north for a bit. You can see a bowing structure here. So this is probably showing us winds 60, 65 right through Miller, back to Mount Vernon. So that's a bowing structure. So that's producing very strong winds, hence why we have the severe thunderstorm warning. Let's track a little farther toward the south. We may see a bowing structure. Well, you can kind of, okay, so you got the one from Miller to Mount Vernon. And then it looks like a second one's kind of trying to develop where the tornado was, tornado warning, kind of back through here. So the winds may be picking up a little bit more for you guys in Fairview, Wheaton, and that. So we want to watch possibly for more winds once we get to Purdy and then Cassville. So we're going to watch that. Let's track farther south. McDonald County, just very intense, but you still have the severe thunderstorm warning for central and northeastern parts of McDonald County. This is all just a good old thunderstorm. Goodman, Anderson, Pineville, back toward Tiff City, all the way back toward Grand Lake. Grove, you still have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for winds at 60, and again, 3/4 inch hail. Right through Grove. Let me switch up the radar here. We get a little far from the radar sight. And so you can, yeah, so you can see the little core is a little bit better. Probably a little hail core there on the south side of Grove. Let's look at that. 1 hour hail. Look at all the hail. This is all the hail over the past hour. This is why I said, you know, guys, if you get hail, call those guys. I mean, look at all the hail. I mean, coming out of northeastern Oklahoma. And this is over the past hour. I mean, I'm going to have to look back over like the past 6 hours or past 7 hours and see all who had the hail. Let's see, shear. You can still see where the winds are. Let's go back to rain totals because, my gosh, we've had a lot of rain. We've had the flash flooding. Let me turn skits off. But look at it. I mean, look at this, where the training has been. Let's look at some of these totals. So once you get back through Oklahoma, I mean, 3 inches, 3.5, Grand Lake, 2.5, Miami, 3, Galena, 2.3 inches. I mean, that's a lot of rain. That's why we're having the flash flooding. 2.8. So all the metro is about 1.5 to 3 inches. And then look at this. This continues all the way out. And then you got areas that have had nothing. So on the Kansas side, it's been a little more sporadic. You can see exactly where the thunderstorms tracked. But if we look at the rain over the past 24 hours, I mean, a lot of There's been some half inchers out there. We had this big thunderstorm earlier today that tracked across Greenwood County and then up through northern parts of Woodson County. So a lot of rain. We are in a drought. We just don't need it all at once. It'd be nice to kind of spread that out just a little bit so that we don't have to deal with the flash flooding issue. Still, numerous severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing across the area. And look at all this new stuff kicking out of northeastern Oklahoma. So with all this, I'm going to put this in motion over the past 30 minutes. All this is moving into ripe territory. All you guys, Northwest Arkansas, you guys want to watch these. Right now, they're kind of behaving. We're getting all severe thunderstorm warnings, but they are definitely moving into, pretty prime atmosphere from Bella Vista, Bentonville, Rogers, over toward Beaver Lake, Berryville, eventually getting up into Table Rock Lake. So all that area is still a little prime to get some possible rotating storms. Let's hope not. And then we got our line driving. You can see now we're getting some bowing here. Driving out of southwestern Missouri. Switch up back to Springfield. So now we're getting kind of, see how it's starting to kind of bend out a little bit. So that means the winds are picking up a bit. So Monette, Purdy, Wheaton, get ready for those winds to pick up 60, maybe 65 miles per hour as these push into northern parts of Berry County, southern parts of Lawrence County. Springfield, guys, you guys are on deck. Things picking up. But also, this is kind of QLCS. Quasi-linear convective system. So what that means is S shape. So we're getting that S shape back a little bit. So you get these bowing signatures, and sometimes on these little gaps inside, you get a quick little spin up tornado. We were real close to having that earlier near Lamar. We may have. But of course, Lamar had semi tipped over on the interstate, winds of 80, maybe 85 miles per hour. I mean, super strong, power outages, all that wonderful jazz. Hey, Benny. What's up, buddy? Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. So we have severe thunderstorm warnings all in northern parts of Berry County. So Monette, Purdy, you guys, Aurora, you guys are next too. Sarcoxy things still loud, but getting better. Miller, the wind is through, but now this is pressing over toward Willard, Republic, Marionville, Mount Vernon. You guys are all on deck. So all that is starting to push through. Greenfield, still very strong storms. Thanks, babe. Very strong storms. Still severe thunderstorm warning. New warning just popped up. Let me look at it here. Well, that's smoking hot. Okay, new warning. Let's see. Oh, no, that's the same one. Okay. It's just been adjusted a little bit. Cassville, you guys are kind of right on the northern edge. And again, that tornado warning, I know it's still popping up here. It will disappear in 1 minute. That will go away. Let me go back to some of you guys' comments. See what's going on. Okay. Can't do a go to bed circle. I'm going to, and I still have to kind of go back and see. I haven't really had a chance to kind of see if the second line's coming together or not and look at the instability. But I will tell you this. So I know you guys want the Arvis Bank go to bed circle. I can tell you this. I can give you the Arvis Bank, you're out of action for a few hours circle. But I haven't been able to look through the data to see yet how much we're destabilizing here to know what is going to happen with this line. Let me glance at a model real quick. Bear with me. Okay, let's see here. I can tell you this, just from glancing, this second line doesn't look near as intense as this first one. That's good news. So we may be able to just have a big round of thunderstorms with it, maybe a random severe thunderstorm, but just glancing at it, this second line does not look anything as impressive is what we're seeing right now, which is good. Okay, so that's good news. Let's see, Seneca, you guys are pretty good right now. Joplin, you guys are all in the lull. You guys are all in the calm circle for a while. Northwest Arkansas, things are starting to get going. There is a new warning in Northwest Arkansas. Let's look at it here. Take off my circle. Let's go now. Okay, new severe thunderstorm warning. So, ooh, there's a little spinny guy. Let's look at him. We got some kind of mid-level rotation there. Let's check him out. Actually, I want to use that radar. No, I don't. Give me a second. Let's see if I'm seeing anything on this, or if it's just mid-level rotation. A little mid-level rotation, southern parts of Delaware County. Not enough to warrant a tornado warning, but something worth watching, of course. Northwest Arkansas, you guys are now into a severe thunderstorm warning. This is until 11:15 that actually it just kind of added on to this old warning. So let's look at it. And it's for winds at 60 and quarter-size hail, but we have this kind of Grove to Jay down to the little tiny town of Kansas in Delaware County. This is driving out into northwest Arkansas. So Siloam Springs, Gravette, Gentry, Bella Vista to Rogers, things are starting to pick up. Benton, McDonald County, very heavy rain, showers, thunderstorms. Let's see what the lightning is looking like. A lot of lightning out there. A lot of lightning. Very electric storms tonight. I am very happy I didn't have to run outside and plug in the generator in the rain. That was good. So that's a win. That's a win for us. We'll see if we can get through the second line. All right, Springfield, you guys starting to get going a little bit. Thankfully, we're not seeing as much rotating. I mean, when these were in Oklahoma, these things were rotating like crazy. And I'm interested to look back when I get a chance and see exactly what happened in Tulsa. I got to see all the warnings, but I didn't get to see everything that happened. I was watching my buddy Mike Collier. He does something very similar to me. He has his own independent little tiny weather company in Tulsa. So I was watching him. He has a storm chaser, and it was impressive. You know, all the coverage earlier, and then we started getting going, and I couldn't see what else was going on. But thankfully, we're not getting anything rotating right now. Let me check out the latest little warnings here. But we are having severe thunderstorms. So that means at least winds at 60 and, you know, quarter-size hail. Okay. There is a tornado possible tag now, and severe thunderstorm warnings giving weak rotation showing up in the line. So Dade in Lawrence County. So let's look at that. So we're getting 70-mile-per-hour winds now, which is impressive. Okay, see this bowing now? So this is right into Monette. So you got that little S curl, and it drops back down. Bowing here, so we're getting at least 70-mile-per-hour winds. And so this warning in here, this is what we call a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado tag. It's winds at, well, 70 to 75, but because you have these little notches, we're going to go ahead and add to the severe thunderstorm warning, possibly a tornado as well. We don't have anything that warrants a tornado warning, and if anything on radar would warrant a tornado warning, this severe thunderstorm warning would transition over to a tornado warning. But it is a tornado tag, and it's due to those winds. So let's look at the velocity. Let's see what's going on here. And you can see those guys. I mean, they're moving. See the brighter green? I mean, right through Monette. It's already gone through Pierce City, Mount Vernon, Aurora. You guys are on deck. So yeah, these winds are moving. Let's look at the shear. And you can see trying to pop up. So we're getting straight line winds there. And anything that would possibly rotate as of right now would be back in this sector right in here. So something to watch for sure. Okay. But again, nothing rotating right now, but still something we want to keep our eyes on. But very powerful wind, 70 to 75. That's moving. That's kind of rivaling what we had back in Lamar several hours ago, where we had semi flipped over on the interstate, power poles down. We had a fire due to power lines. So this is all moving off toward the northeast. Let's see here. Let's get a storm track on it. And we're going to put it on the bow. We're going to give it a little bit of breathing room here. We're going to go, it's at about 40 miles per hour. So this part's going to really drive into Springfield. So we're looking at this. Mount Vernon, pretty much soon. 11:17 Aurora, 11:22, 11:30 in Marionville. Getting into the west side of Springfield Republic, we're talking about 11:44 Brookline, 11:49 Willard, you guys, 11:53 Battlefield, 11:55 Battlefield. Sorry, I can't talk anymore. My throat hurts so bad. Springfield at midnight. So these guys working in. And again, right now it's got winds 70 to 75 and quarter size hail. At least the hail hasn't been too bad. If we look at the last hour, it's got hail, but these colors are kind of indicating, the smaller hail, the half-inch hail, 3/4-inch hail. But pretty good storms. Pretty good storms. At least we're not seeing anything that is producing a tornado right now. Looking back through these, but a lot of warnings still. Lighting up. All right, so let me go back to some of your guys' comments. Everybody's asking about Joplin. Joplin is in the lull. We are going to get another line. It's still a few hours away. I'll give you a time right now. Let me look back here. Let's see here. What is it? It's 11:08 right now. My gosh, how long have we been streaming? It's 11:08. Okay. So let's say I would say about 2.5 hours. It's going to get into Joplin. These storms are going to move much faster. It's along a cold front. Let's go back. I'll show you them real quick. It's along a cold front, and these guys are going to move much, much quicker as they head toward us. Let's see here. Okay, so as this line starts to work in a little bit later on tonight, right now we're not seeing anything severe along it, but let's go ahead and we're going to look at it on the radar here. So here's the cold front. I'm going to put this in motion for you, working into southeastern Kansas. Again, this line's going to drive in much, much quicker. You can see there are a few strong storm warnings in a sense up toward Kansas City. But as this fills in, we're going to see if it solidifies and if we can get some stronger storms. Now, here's the question mark is how much did this batch overwork the atmosphere? I think it's still decently unstable out across southeastern Kansas, but that is what we are going to keep our eyes on. Sorry, I've been talking a long time. But again, yes, for everybody asking, is Joplin clear? Yeah, you're clear right now, but we are going to have more thunderstorms working in. Severe thunderstorm warnings still ongoing. Tornado warnings are gone, which is great. Still, we have severe thunderstorm warnings, winds at 60 miles per hour, quarter-size hail moving out of Delaware County into Benton County. Bentonville, Bella Vista, up to Jane. So into McDonald County, Pineville, Anderson, Goodman. So very loud. In fact, let's look at the lightning. Very electric storms. These have been very electric storms over the past, several hours. We have had some power outages. We can look at that here in just a second. But look at these very electric storms. I'm going to turn this off because you can't see. We have a severe thunderstorm warning. So this is into Berry County and then Lawrence County. We are still getting winds at, oh my gosh, okay, I just noticed I was on KOM right now too. So we are still getting some very strong winds with this little echo right in here, about 70 miles per hour. And these are working toward Aurora. So the heaviest or strongest winds have now pushed through Monette and are driving up toward Aurora. Mount Vernon, also a lot of action. Thankfully, again, all these are just severe thunderstorm warnings at this point in time. Let's look at power outages because, of course, we had the semi that flipped I-49 up near Lamar earlier. So let's go back here and let's see how we're doing on power outages. A lot of people without power. So we're looking at least 1,000 in Delaware County. Now, we did have some power flashes near Grove earlier, so we may have had a brief touchdown. Obviously, back toward Tulsa, they had tornado after tornado after tornado earlier this evening. They literally had 4 or 5 hours of something on the ground. Jasper County, we do have some outages, quite a few actually, and from what I've been seeing, a good chunk of those near Carthage. Now, as you go farther north, we have had outages in Barton County where we had 80-mile-per-hour winds drive through Lamar several hours ago. We also have some power outages up in Bourbon County as well. So we do have some power outages. Obviously that will take some time, but at least through the metro, outside of Carthage, not a ton of power outages. All right, so let's go back to the radar. And you can see multiple severe thunderstorm warnings now getting into northwest Arkansas. And then look at all these guys moving out of northeastern Oklahoma. So these are going to be driving into Benton County, and the atmosphere is still very unstable. Haven't had anything, so nothing's overworked the atmosphere here. So Benton County up into Berry County, those areas still have that potential for possibly something to rotate. Again, northwest Arkansas, you guys are in tornado watch until, oh gosh, it's all running together now. I think 4. Yeah, 4. And then southwest Missouri until 1. All right, let's go into Berry County. A lot going on there. The bow echo that we had that drove through Monette has kind of flattened a little bit. So hopefully the winds are coming down. But at one point, they were 70 to 75 not too long ago. Purdy, you guys are into the action. Butterfield, Cassville, you're on deck. That means Exeter, you guys are on deck as well for winds at least 60 and quarter-size hail. Thankfully, the hail hasn't been too big over the past couple hours. Mount Vernon, you guys also about ready to get into the action. These all stretch all the way into the northwest side of the Springfield metro. All right, let's talk about who is good. So you can see these storms here kind of drape all the way back through here. We're in our lull all the way back through here. So we have a couple hours of pretty quiet. Not a whole bunch going on. But as the main cold front slices in, we will get another line of storms. I don't think it's going to be near as potent as this first line, but still, it could pack a punch just a little bit. So we're going to have to watch that as we go through the next couple hours. But at least we're starting to dry out. Look at these rain totals, guys. This is pretty crazy because the storms were tracking over the exact same area. So if we query some of these, so look at this. So coming out of Oklahoma, you got 2 to 3. Once you get up toward Grand Lake, over 3 inches of rain. This is why we've had some flash flooding. Up toward Miami, we've had 2 to 3 into Cherokee County. So Baxter to Galena, we're like 2 inches. And then most of Joplin's like 2 to 3. Then you can see that heavy track right on up. So that right along I-44, that's why we are seeing that flash flooding because we had some heavy rain not too long ago, just a few days ago. And now we are getting this again, even though we're in a drought, especially when the ground can't absorb too much of the moisture. All right, back to the radar. Let's go we're going to go northwest Arkansas or back to Delaware County. Pretty good storms. Grove, down toward J. Again, these are winds at 60 and quarter size hail. Starting to pick up a little bit. Siloam Springs, Gentry, Gravette, Bella Vista, all of Benton County still. Yeah, I mean, you're slowly getting into the action. McDonald County, you're loud, but your warning's pretty much gone. Newton County, southern part of the county, still loud, but looking much better. Berry County, Cassville, Exeter, you guys are picking up all the way up toward Purdy, still getting winds 60 upwards to about 65 miles per hour. Monette, calming down a little bit. Aurora, cranking up a little bit with those winds at about 60 to 70 miles per hour. In fact, yeah, the latest is still 65 to 70. So you can see all these guys are tracking out, and they're starting to book now. So, I mean, if we looked at this and we kind of put, and then drag it northeast, so you can kind of see you got Aurora at 11:21, Marionville, you got 11:28, 11:33 in Halltown. Once you get over towards Springfield, Republic, 11:45, Battlefield, 11:53, Springfield proper, 12, Nixa at 12:05. So these are racing off toward the east at a pretty good clip, but still severe. So active severe thunderstorm warnings. What we have right now is Dade, which you're almost done. Well, maybe not, because you got this guy lifting in. Lawrence County, Berry County, sliver of Newton and McDonald, but those really don't exist anymore, the backside. And then we got the newer stuff moving in out of Delaware into Benton County. And then we also got these guys down here. So that is what is going on right now. Let's go ahead and do a little interaction here, and I'll answer some of your guys' questions. Okay. Let's see here. Yep, Joplin, you guys are good for a while. Coffeeville, you guys, we have that back band. So the front, that's going to move through pretty quick for you guys in the next hour and a half. And there isn't a lot that has developed along that just as of yet. So we got to watch that. We're in that lull of not too much going on. Neosho, Cali, can you go to bed tonight? You can go to bed. Just realize we do have another band of storms in a couple hours, next 2 to 3 hours. New tornado warning. We're going to look at that. Yes, you can go to bed, but we are going to have another band of storms. All right, new tornado warning. Let's get into it. Let's see what we got here. Tornado warning until 11:45, Benton County, Arkansas. That's what I said. It's still kind of spicy out there, guys. All right, so let's see. Let's check out this radar. See what he looks like. Trying to get the best view of this. Let's go back to here. Okay, I mean, you can see it. I mean, it's moving right out in southern Delaware County. So the little town of Jay, just about 7-8 miles. But where you see the green, let's pull out the shear. There's your tornado warning. This is radar indicated tornado warning. So rolling out of Delaware County and then tracking into Benton County. So we're tracking out of an area that population is very low into a tremendous county of population once you get into Benton County. So if you live, and I'll even zoom in more so you can see more of kind of the towns that are in this. So if we look from Gravette, Decatur, Sulphur Springs, go a little farther toward the east. So you got Bella Vista, eventually Bentonville and Rogers. You want to keep this in the back of your mind. Again, nothing on the ground right now, but it is producing enough that we can see or warrant a tornado warning. So this is tracking off toward the northeast at 40 miles per hour. We'll put a storm track on it here in a second. All righty. Let me double check the speed on that. I think it was 40. Yeah, 40 miles per hour. Just want to be sure. All right, so let's put this track on. All right, so let's zoom in. So you got Gravette, 11:34. What time is it? It's 11:21. Bella Vista, 11:50. You got Jane, 11:51. Pea Ridge, 12:02. You got Washburn at 12:18. Seligman at 12:18. So it gets kind of over toward Eagle Rock, toward the west side of Table Rock, but it also kind of skirts by the north side of Beaver Lake. So again, nothing on the ground, but something we definitely want to watch closely as this is moving into a very populated area. Northwest Arkansas, obviously one of the biggest growing areas over the past decade. You can see it about ready to pass into Benton County here shortly. So you can see that glob of green getting in here. Radar, let's put this in motion over the past 30 minutes. Let's see how this has kind of developed. So it kind of tracked just south of J, got right into Gravit, pretty much where it is now. All right, a few more. Let me look through here. Let's see here. Mount Vernon, guys. You guys that line's moving right in right now. I know. So the winds are up, kind of 65-ish miles per hour. Also Aurora, you guys are on deck with those winds at 65 to 70, but nothing rotating right now. But we do have that tornado tag. So we are going to go back and look here. Let's see here. Zoom in. Mount Vernon, heaviest is, I'll pause this. Heaviest is through Mount Vernon, but Halltown, Marionville, Billings, Republic, you guys are on deck in the next 10 minutes because these storms are picking up some steam. Aurora, it's coming down on you guys really good. And then it trails back toward Purdy, still just north of Cassville, Wheaton, Fairview, Natonia, Granby, all very heavy rains, just good storms back through Mack County. And then once you get into eastern Delaware County, you can see these storms are still firing up back toward Grove and Jay. And then you got our tornado warning, which is right now working into, and I want to see if it kind of is trying to grab another area of sheer, I mean, it's deciding where it wants the center of the circulation to be. But this is moving into western parts of Benton County. So go ahead and get in your safe spot, grab it, Sulphur Springs. Just watch it because it could drop a tornado at any time. So we do definitely want to pay attention. Okay. But you can see it right in here. Nice little hail core too. It's right through here. Let me put on my skit, see if I get any. I do have a skit. Let's see what he's got. Okay. Sulphur Springs, 1138, Knoll, 1141. This whole storm, Pineville, 1149. Northeast at 45. Definitely has hail. 1 inch hail, which is severe hail. That does damage. BTI, still, I mean, it's climbing. Big tornado index, 2.9, scale 1 to 10. So we want to see if that number creeps up just a bit. But it's, I mean, Northwest Arkansas is getting a little spicy. I mean, these moving out of Oklahoma into northwestern Arkansas. So a lot to watch. And then Springfield starting to get into the action as well. But everybody, kind of back toward the west. Let's see here. Man, are we seeing more stuff pop up already? Are you kidding me? Yeah. Oh, new tornado warning too. Let's go look at that. Okay. So this is one of those quick little spin out tornadoes. Let me get the latest on this. Give me a second, guys. Got a wall cloud near Halltown. It dissipated. But that is what is warranting the tornado warning. Okay. So we've been talking about these little notches that we get. So if we look at this, so you got a little notch here, and you get a little inflow, and a lot of times you get quick little spin out tornadoes. So that is what has warranted this tornado warning. Big question is, where exactly is it at? And where exactly is it going? So let's pull out velocity. It's just south of Halltown. You can see a little bit of shear here, a little bit of green popping up. So this is kind of in a weird spot of a storm where almost the storm kind of rotates around it, where you have the bowing section to the south. So it's almost a little bit slower than the rest of the storm. So we're going to put a track on it. And it doesn't mean this is going to hold the rotation very long, but let's put a track a little slower. We're going to put it at about 30 miles per hour because it's in a weird part of the storm. So, we're talking, it's on top of Halltown, Willard, Springfield. I mean, this won't hold circulation very long, but it's warranting a tornado warning right now. And then you can see how it's kind of bowing out just to the south. So I bet the winds are picking up down toward Marionville, north of Aurora. But again, if you live in the polygon, so zooming in where our rotation would be. So we're looking right in here. Halltown, Plano, all you guys, go ahead and get into your shelter. This is on the kind of, it's a ways out from Springfield still. It's still about 15, 20 miles out. But yeah, definitely go ahead and get into your shelter and just watch it. Let's see if there's anything new on this. Let's see. Want to check on the Benton County one too. The Benton County one, it's out of Delaware County. And warning continues for Benton County. So we got two of those guys we need to look at. But I don't see anything on the ground right now, so that's good. But we still have these guys going. Okay, so Halltown. So that is, and there was a wall cloud, which is a lowering. So there was a wall cloud earlier, but that has now dissipated. If we zoom in, you see how quickly this is moving. So if there is still a lowering, it's right in here. So kind of east side, right in this region. That's where that rotation. So we want to watch that because it's not Spring, very big, several 100,000 people. And let's go back into our Benton County storm. And let's see here. I mean, it's kind of choppy as well. It's getting close to gravit. Let's look at velocity. Not too impressive. I mean, it's a loose rotation just to the southwest of gravit in Benton County, just to the north of Decatur. And this is moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Let's see here. But we definitely want to keep our eyes on it. I want to pull out the shear part. So you can kind of, rotation it's stretched out, but it's in western Benton County. So this is just kind of a heads up warning of, hey, this could drop a tornado at any time. There's not one on the ground right now, but there are some interesting little notches that like to try to do something in here, maybe up in here. So just something to watch for sure as these continue to push north into the east. Let's go ahead and put it in motion. You can see these guys starting to pick up some steam at least and drive east at a pretty good little jaunt. I'm going to look at, check out the latest high-res model. I just want to see how fast this back line's coming together. It may pack a little bit of a punch, the last line. I mean, it may not really gain a lot of steam until it gets back kind of close to that I-44 corridor, which is not for like 2.5 hours. But it may pack a little bit of a punch. We're going to watch it. Okay, let's see here. So I know all you guys want to go to bed circle. You guys can go to bed. I'm not saying you can't. You guys are most of you guys are grown adults, so you can go to bed. But I'm just saying there is a second line. I think from this point on, tornado threat is much, much lower. So, I mean, that being said, but some of these storms later on tonight can still pack a punch. Yeah. Okay. I just don't want, I until I can safely say, yes, you are clear of severe weather. I can't be like, yeah, go to bed. And if you're in a trailer or something and you get a quick spin up tornado, that's not good. So I can't say go to bed until I'm guaranteed that area is safe weather-wise. And because we have another line, it's like, ugh. Thank you. Sirens in Mount Vernon, yeah, they should be. Well, they're a little late, but they're on the backside of that warning. So that's why the sirens in Mount Vernon are going off. Now you can see the warning's already gone. So that was a very fast little guy. He did his little wall cloud, and now he's out of there. But still, I mean, there's still a little bit of a notch. Thank you. So there's still a little bit of a notch, but not enough to warrant a tornado warning. Heading south, still have our tornado warning in Benton County. And let me see if I see anything more impressive on this. I mean, the hail's picking up. You see the pink's picking up. Turn off my skits. Well, let's look at our velocity. Doesn't look impressive. Storm relative looks broad. Shear looks broad. So this overall, yes, it warrants a tornado warning, but it is a pretty weak rotation. But still, take it seriously. If you're in the warning, always take it seriously. Also shows that something can pop up. Quick little spin up. All right, besides that, we got our big, broad, severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, big, broad, severe thunderstorm warning till 12:30. And, I mean, just so you can see it, Lawrence, Dade, Stone, Christian, Greene, all the way over toward Webster County, all the way up toward Dallas County. I mean, it covered Polk County. So, I mean, it's a big, big warning. It just covers, hey, we're going to have winds at 60. These are going to plow through, maybe 65, and quarter-size hail. So all of the Springfield metro is now currently under a severe thunderstorm warning, and we can't rule out a little spin-up tornado either. Bella Vista, guys. So our northwest Arkansas tornado is dissipated. So that is good. So we don't have a tornado warning for the first time in many, many hours. It's good. All right, let's look through some of your comments here. Let's see, Cassville storms. Lexi, your storms really haven't even gotten there yet. They're kind of moving in. They're strong to low grade severe, but yeah, they're kind of moving in. Mount Vernon sirens should be off now. Chanute's good for now. We still got some more storms. Another line driving in. With the second line, I think the better threat that they become severe are going to be a little closer to Joplin. Like, I think if you're out a ways in Kansas, out past Parsons, Chanute, I don't think they would. There's not going to be much severe weather out there. Aurora, you guys still have, a pretty intense segment of storms coming over the next 20 minutes, 30 minutes. The coffee is mainly for my throat. I've been talking so long, my throat's just killing me, so it kind of coats it. It's going to be whiskey here in a bit. Okay, let's see here. Cassville again, you guys still are getting into it. There is some small hail. Benton County storm, we can put a storm track on that here in a second. The second line is already developing kind of right now, and we'll look at that too. Let's see here. Lauren says wind is creating new tornado warning just popped up again, same area. So we're gonna look at that. Guys, I'm not talking about Kansas right now because there's just nothing going on right now. We got the second line that is developing, but we don't have anything severe, at least the last time I checked. We have some thunderstorms popping up, but no severe weather. So we're going to kind of put Kansas on the back burner for a little bit. All right, tornado warning. Here we go. New one again. Let's see. And this is just for a lot of little nodules kind of popping up. Velocity. Okay, yeah, it's just very broad, but you can see these. I mean, see these little areas. So these could be quick little spin up tornadoes across the region. So just to get your bearings straight here, and let me get the latest on this. Sirens going off, which they should. Storms are picking up speed too. So that really increases the time here. We're gonna, push them at least at 60 probably. I think we're gonna do. So the rotating parts of the storm. It's not like a classic tornado kind of setup where you have a big supercell that is coming in. You got this whole line from Willard all the way down to Crane, and you got all the storm motion moving into Springfield, but you got all these tiny little nodules, and any of those could produce a tornado, and we are seeing them flaring up here. So right through Christian County. So if you track this northeast at the rate that is picking up, Nixa getting in at 11:50. What time is it? It's 11:39. You got Ozark at 11:54. You got Marshfield at 12:19 down the road, down the pike. These are not the type of storms that hold a tornado warning very long. They're usually very quick, 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes, but they are the type that like to respin them up down the road. So that's why if you are in this blue box, make sure that you watch this down the road because another one could pop up. So that's something we want to watch. I just heard the tornado warning in Kansas City. Really? Let's go to the Kansas City radar. Let's see what's going on. My buddy Mike Black just told me there's a tornado warning in Kansas City, and Albee there is, isn't there? Turn off the alerts. A little bit, yep. Marion, Kansas, Roland Park, where I grew up. Okay, let's look at the velocity. Yeah, same type of little spin up tornadoes right on those as well. So you get those little S shape, whoosh, whoosh, and then you get those little spin up tornadoes. Yeah, so I mean, a lot of areas gotta watch. Let's look at the radar here. Yeah, those storms have really picked up on the west side of the Kansas City metro. And this is the cold front. This is band 2 that everybody's been asking about here in our area is, when's this band going to get here and is it going to be severe? You can see up to the north, it is severe. So look at it, kind of drop it in. We got a couple more cells popping up south of Independence. Look how it's filling in. Let's go back to Wichita radar. So yeah, I mean, they're filling in. We aren't seeing anything severe down here, but they are definitely starting to fill in. So we're going to watch it and we'll be tracking it. All right, let me pop the warnings back on. Still a lot of lightning. Let's see. Okay. Let's turn off lightning. Let's zoom in. Let's go back into, we got one tornado warning right now. We had one in Benton County, but that has expired. Let's go back into this guy. So we got these little nodules, these little spin ups. We're going to pull out the velocity here and see if we can see any real clear ones. We're getting pretty close to the radar too. Shear, you can see right back through here. So this is National Weather Service. They're in Springfield. They do a great job on their warnings. They're just seeing enough rotation right in here that they can confidently say there's a chance for a quick spin up in this polygon. It goes right through the south side of Springfield, right through Ozark. So go ahead and get in your safe spot. If you guys are there, which, of course, interior bathroom, closet, basement, or storm shelter. As these storms continue to work through the south side of Springfield, it is not one cell that is just like dominant that says that is definitely a tornado. It's this weird little line, and you can see how close we are to the radar. And it's right here, which kind of skews stuff a little bit. But you get these little tiny little spin ups. Let me go all the way out to the Tulsa radar so I can sweep high on the storm. And sweeping high, you can still kind of see those bowing segments. So again, tornado warning, south side Springfield area. Let's go back here. Berry County, still on the backside of a severe thunderstorm warning. Benton County, you guys are still, I mean, pretty intense severe thunderstorm warning. So grab at Decatur. Jane up to Pineville, pretty intense. And then Bella Vista, and then of course, there you go, 49 right into Bentonville Rogers will start to increase as we go through the next hour or so. But no tornado warning there. Let's see if I see anything new on this. You see those little nodules. Shear, storm relative. But yeah, there's the tornado warning. So if we put this type of track on it, we're just going to cover the whole thing. So, I mean, give you an idea. Battlefield 1149, which is almost here. Ozark 1201. And that may be a little late just because I couldn't stretch it out the whole speed that this thing is moving, which is at a pretty good clip. Let me see if I see anything new on this. I'm just reading, guys. Okay. So these cells, they're writing what we call outflow boundaries. So air pushing out, and those little outflow boundaries sometimes are kind of like little fronts, and they help flare little, little spin ups. Um, so yeah, tornado warning. There's nothing that anybody really has eyes on that is a lowering. This is all radar indicated. It's also dark, obviously. Radar indicated that is just trying to get little spin up. So now we're, if we look, here's Nixa, um, there's 65 highway. So these little spin ups, I mean, here's Battlefield. So really southwest side, Springfield, and right through the metro, just due south. And you can see a little bit of curvature here. So we're getting these little segments, little bowing, so you get those shots of wind, and then you get a little spin up or a little spin up. So this is what the radar is picking up on, but there is no one spot that's like, there's a tornado. It's just as this pushes east, little spin up tornadoes are definitely going to be possible. The warning, let's see here, is until midnight, so another 13 minutes. And then if we look southwest, we still have our big severe thunderstorm warning. Still have our severe thunderstorm warning. Northwest Arkansas. And unfortunately, these guys popping back up out across southeastern Kansas. Hopefully they don't become severe. All right. Go through some questions here. Let's see here. I'll go. Yes, I have a lot of family and friends in Kansas City. We'll go back and look here. Velocity. Well, yeah. Kansas City, same thing as Springfield. It's these big punches of 60, 70 mile per hour winds and maybe a little spin up. But again, nothing definitive that says, yep, that's a tornado. So, I mean, that's what we're seeing in everywhere else as well. So, yeah, but still, Kansas City downtown to about the south side of the 435 loop. You got to watch for those spin ups as we go through the next 10 to 15 minutes. And still watching the same thing, south side of Springfield. It's a little spin ups trying. Let me see if there's anything new. Then we'll put a storm track. We'll put a storm track on the Kansas City one. We'll put a storm track on the Springfield one. Most of this is low to mid-level rotation. It's not like super low, but still booking pretty good. So nothing definitive that says, hey, this is on the ground. But you can kind of see where we're talking. So Nixa like 11:55, Ozark 12:01, and the warning's out till 12. So yeah. All right, so let's go north here. There's still tornado warning in Kansas City. There is, but uh-oh. Come back. There you go. But Kansas City one looks much better. So I bet that one's going to expire. Thankfully, I mean, at least in our neck of the woods, we haven't had that many tornado warnings. Not like Tulsa. Tulsa just got right through the coals earlier. All right, let's look at this second line, what's coming in. I mean, those are good little cells. Let me look at some of the instability. Hmm. Let's see. Okay. I mean, they right now they look like strong storms, maybe low grade severe, but definitely want to watch. But they are popping up. You can see them south of Parsons. Let's see how much lightning. I mean, there's lightning in them, so they're getting going for sure. Still in the part that is still in the tornado watch. So yeah, we want to watch it. All right, Benton County, a lot of lightning. Severe thunderstorms. We're still at winds at 60. Pretty much quarter size hail. We're getting up toward Bella Vista, grab it. And then we get into Berry County. Table Rock. You guys haven't even seen a drop, and the lake is like down 80,000 feet. It's so low. I've been seeing pictures. Crazy how low it is. But you'll eventually get into the rain here. And let's see here. Still, we're seeing these little possible spin-ups, mainly mid-level rotation. Not seeing much on storm relative velocity. Now, this radar sweeping very, very low. We're very close to the radar, so we're not getting a picture up in the clouds here. But still, pushing northeast. So Nixa, you guys, I mean, it's kind of battlefield to Griffin, Nixa on deck, Riverdale on deck, and then 65 highway over toward Ozark. But again, these usually don't hold any kind of rotation for very long. So let's watch that. Go back through some of you guys' comments here. Ashley, yes, Cassville will get into the action. It's kind of moving parallel to you almost. So yes, Cassville will get strong to possibly severe storms, main threat, gusty winds, and also some large hail. Halltown, Zuri, you kind of had a lowering at Halltown, but it is now east of you. But you are still definitely in the intense part of the storm. Yeah, sirens should be going off. Keegan, yeah, definitely. Amy, Baxter is in the clear for about another hour. More storms are popping up, and some of those could be strong to low grade severe. So we're going to watch that. Yeah, sirens going off. Again, this is all mid-level rotation. This is on the south side of Springfield. So we're now kind of getting into Nixa, but you get these little notches in here, and we're getting some mid-level rotation. It's not very clear. It's not like, hey, there's that spot right there. That's rotating. It's just kind of broad where you get these little quick little spin-up little tornadoes. But again, National Weather Service, they do really good at issuing polygon warnings for these because these are the types of situations that you can get one of those quick little spin-up tornadoes. So you want to make sure you warn people, hey, potential's there, and that is what we are seeing in this polygon. So south side of Springfield, it does, I mean, it looks here. So when we look at this and we go over the past 30 minutes, it definitely looked more intense moving into the southwest side of the city than it does now. It looks a little bit more disorganized. I'll zoom out a little bit so you can see it. Let me take off lightning. But we're going to watch it and see what it does. I mean, we still have a warning on it for 5 more minutes. I think it's 5 minutes. Yeah, until midnight. Let me see if there's anything new on it. Give me a second, guys. Okay, so the rotation's pretty much gone. We can expire it. So it's going to be gone at midnight. So that is good on that front. So now that we know that is expiring and done, now I'm about ready to quit here. So thank you. All right, so now that we know that the tornado warning is expiring, it just switches over to a severe thunderstorm warning. Guys, I've been streaming for like 7 hours. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to see what is going on with this line out west. And then, of course, if I need to, we're going to jump back on. But right now, things much, much calmer. All right, guys. Chat here soon.